I am here. Hello, hello. Howdy, howdy. Hope everyone's doing well. Alright, I've decided, um, just about 5 minutes ago that I'm going to keep working on this. I thought it was a good idea to maybe add like a story, or somebody last stream mentioned some dragons or a dragon. And I thought, you know what, I have to change too much of the painting to do that, so I kind of rejected the idea. I'm like, you know what, let's change the painting. So I am going to try and add like some sort of like perching dragon up here or something. But to do that, I'm gonna have to probably extend the painting a little bit. And also I wanted to rework these shapes. So I was not planning on continuing this painting, but I did think about, what if these pillars were more this shape? Because I like that shape, having a little bit of like detail and stuff. And then I thought, okay, well, what if on the pillar is like a dragon? So that'd be kind of cool to have like a, you know, some sort of dragony creature perched on top of the giant pillar. Um, yeah. So anyway, that's my plan. That's my plan today. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I don't know what it's gonna look like. All I know is I'm gonna have to probably extend the painting and continue. I'm very much piecemeal. Always get. Yeah. It. You know what's funny though? Also, hi Skittle. This is gonna be a very piecemealy painting because like I've already started rendering stuff, but then I'm gonna end up like maybe extending it, and maybe I'll extend shapes up here or something. But then I'm gonna have to rework things, and then I'll have to re-render, and it's just gonna be like this building up of the story over time, and like maybe I'll eventually get rid of the foreground for all I know. And so it's kind of this. It's kind of fun. It's sort of a not a good way of working. Hey, Dropzilla. Like I don't think it's a good way of working. In fact, it's probably a terrible way of like making a habit of it. But it reminds me a little bit of how in a lot of games where there's like a set, like I don't know, like Pokemon or something, where like you go to this town, then this town, and you do this thing, and do the there's like a certain progression, right? But every once in a while, people will have mods for them that'll like randomizers that'll move things. They'll change where you get different abilities, and they'll basically shuffle the progression of whatever game that you're shuffling. That's kind of what this feels like. It's the same. It's like a different. The skill is not so much like let me just do a good process that I know works, but it feels very like let me sort of see how versatile I am by keep on throwing myself random loop, in a random curveball. And it's like, okay, now I gotta change things and adapt and like rework stuff and just go with the flow. I don't know, it's kind of fun. But yeah, Drevzilla, how are you? Hope you're doing well. So anyway, that's what I feel like right now. It's like I don't know, like it feels a little chaotic. So dragons. Also, it probably helps that I'm reading a book with dragons in it. Um, dragon, just dragons. I don't. Here, let me. I'm gonna find some references real quick. Bear with me, y'all. Also, hi everybody. Welcome. Today is a day. It's Thursday. Hope everyone's doing well. I think I got. Let's see. Did I forget to turn something on? I don't actually know. Okay, YouTube is YouTubing. Okay, Twitch is twitching, and music is musicking. Okay, I think we're good. I think everything's good. Let's turn on the pure ref. How about you? I'm doing good. I had a nice day today. I didn't. I guess I never have to work on Thursdays, really. So yeah, I'm doing good. It's a nice day. I like I said, or I mentioned, I was reading a book with dragons in it, and I just finished the first book, and then I thought, oh man, because like I have Audible, and I've been listening to an audiobook of it, but I think the series is like 6 books long, and I'm like, man, I do not want to spend a bunch of money on Audible. But to my pleasant surprise, the books are also on, because Audible offered the first book for free, but then it's trying to get you to pay for the seconds. Very classic Amazon. Trying to they dangle something like the first episode of a series, and then they're like, oh, you got to pay for the rest. So very standard for them. But Spotify actually has these books on their platform as well, but you only have like 15 hours of listening time a month, which isn't a lot, but the books are about 15 hours-ish. So it actually kind of works out better for that platform. And I don't have a credit renewed on Audible for like another, I don't know, 10 days or so. So I don't even think I'm going to buy the books. I'll just use them on, I'll just do the freebies. What's the plan? Am I expecting that? Yes. So my plan for today is to, well, okay. So what's the book? It's a lit RPG series. It's called All the Skills. It's kind of, I think it's really fun. I love this genre of book. It's like progression fantasy, basically. You can think of it as like people are essentially in a video game, except in this series they're not. It's just their world. But it kind of functions with like imagine you were telling, I mean, I think if you were to like write a story, I mean, in some ways it's like a lot of, you know, like Pokemon kind of, you know, how like they get stronger and they level up and then you know, beating, like there's oftentimes like a very distinct like you are getting stronger vibe, or the character is, or like, or you're discovering things. And so there's kind of, it's kind of that. Sometimes the genre will have stats in them, and like levels, like literally, like if you're playing a game of Dungeons and Dragons and you were just to like then write a book of it, of your adventures, you may or may not include your stats, but either way there's still that underlying progression. So it's that, but yeah, the series is called All the Skills, I think. I'm enjoying it. It's I think this genre gets a little bit of a bad name because a lot of times the writing is a little bit amateur often. Like oftentimes it's not like super amazing writing, but I think this one's pretty good. It's pretty well written, it seems like, from what I can tell. Hello, how are you? Infinite Wumbo, I am doing well. Okay, but let me explain how, or my thought process on leading up to what what I want to do today. So, after last stream, actually, even before the end of last stream, I started shaping some of these things. Let me circle them in the color you can see. But I started shaping some of these rocks to look like old ruins. And of course I made some ruins here. But it kind of bugged me that like these didn't look like this. And then these also didn't look, so each of these were different. Like none of them had the same shapes, right? And so I was thinking, you know, before the end of last stream, like, what if I was to make some of these more like this shape? Because I like this shape. I thought it looked kind of neat. I liked how the grass sort of came over it and they were sort of stuck into the ground, you know, and there's little like details starting to poke out. I really liked that. And I thought, okay, I want to include more of that. But then I thought, okay, so if I do that, I need to maybe rework some of these. But then I thought, okay, well, what if I just rework these? And so these are things sticking out a little bit. And then I think also at some point last stream, some people were recommending things like adding a dragon. And I kind of dismissed it offhand just because, like, I don't want to just add a dragon or something in here that changes the story too much. Because that'll require me to change, like, the composition. And that's a lot of work. And I was approaching the end of stream and, you know, I'm already starting to render stuff, and I feel like if I was going to do that, I might as well start over. But then after stream, I started thinking, you know, maybe I should just change these, and like, what if there was like a dragon perched on here? And I thought, okay, well, that would require reworking, but I think I could get away with it if I extended the canvas, and maybe make like, you know, some sort of perched dragon or something. I don't know quite how I would do it. But some sort of so I thought, you know what, let's try that. Let's reshape these things into this more this you know, shape design that's going on here. Let's add a dragon, extend the canvas. So that's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna bust out my creature drawing chops. Is that a thing? Do I have chops? I don't know if I have creature design chops. You can make it a pan. I don't think I want to do that. I don't really know how to do that. I'd have to think about that too much. Maybe next stream. Maybe next stream I'll make a panorama shot. Probably not. But so what I'm gonna do for now is find some references for dragons. And this is tough because dragons are not real, which means I'm using other people's art, which means, what does that mean? References are hard to find that look good, right? Like it's so I could go to the source and do like anatomy of reptiles, reptilian anatomy. I don't know if I need to though. Ooh, dragons, a brief history of mythical beasts, live science. Okay, that could be fun. But yeah, I might be able to find some references here. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the best thing is. We could go with like this style of dragon. Hold on, let me do dragons minus AI. No, it's still giving me AI. What's happened? Nothing changed. Make sure I'm on Google, because I think Google's the only one that actually does properly filters. Dragons minus AI. Images. Okay, this actually seems to be working. We could go, what is this, Lord of the Rings dragon? Or no, is that, no, this is, hold on, no, that is Lord of the Rings, right? Or not Lord of the Rings, no, this is Game of Thrones, right? I actually don't know. There's also, yeah, I have no idea. Okay. Oh, you guys can't see this. Oops. Here's my references so far. I don't know if I'm going to use any of these. I'm just finding pictures, like types of dragons. And it may not be a real dragon. It might be a wyvern or something. I'm not going to... I don't want none of that nitpicking today. We don't care that much if it's a wyvern or a dragon or a worm or a drake or a... What are the other kinds? I'm sure there's so many types of dragons or dragon-type creatures that aren't actually dragons. It's kind of cool. Let's see. But yeah, and so I just think it'll be fun. Definitely will be fun to do some dragon stuff. Some... What? Oh, what? How do I want to do this? What is... What's the best creature to study for dragon anatomy? Like, what are dragons... I should know this. This is what Casey Snow would know. Like this part of the dragon, like the legs, and I mean, this kind of feels like some sort of dog type creature almost, right? Like a... But then it has scales, which is fine. That's like reptile often, although this isn't. I don't know, but the head is very like kind of snake-like, sort of. I wish I had like a better breakdown so I could be like, here's where the, you know, more standard dragons get their anatomy from, and sort of how, like, what's, I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter. Maybe what I should do, since I know enough about the forms that I can do, maybe I should sketch the general form first, and then figure out what animals would best fit the type of form that I want, and then do some fiddly adjustments to, like, make it, you know, after I get the references. Maybe that's what I'll do. From what I've seen, dragons can be drawn... Yeah, that's true. That's true. They can be chimeras from any creature you like. Yeah. That is true. Okay. Man, I am so... I feel like it's gonna be weird to redo this painting. Hello, Commissar Skull. How's it going? Also, thanks for the follow. Blaze Nova 20. I appreciate it. Okay, so I'm just gonna start by... opening up my proper file, I think, because I think I'm not... Hold on. I'm on a JPEG. I'm on the wrong... Let's close this. Don't save. Okay, this is the one I'm going to extend. Well, I kind of have a vibe that I want for this. I don't know enough about what I want for, like, I don't think I want purely randomized, like, spinning a wheel. I think that's fun as, like, a starting point for a design project, kind of, where, like, you're just, you know, going with the flow and you're designing it from the ground up. But because I'm not doing this from the ground up, because I'm literally already have, well, in this case, the ground. Okay, maybe it is the ground up. But in this case, I already have a big chunk of the painting, right? And so there are some things that I'm gonna want it to have in like a certain style that, not a style, it's not style, not art style, but like dragon style, right? Like I don't want like an Eastern Asian dragon where you have like the, you know, the, you know, like the big flowy, you know, those, like, I don't want one of those, because I want one with legs that's perching, probably reptilian, kind of, you know, so, yeah. So I kind of have, I don't just want it random. As fun as that would be. I have this theory that unidentifiable animal skulls were kind of source for dragon mythology. Yeah, probably. I mean, that's extremely common throughout history. Not even just, like, with any mythical creature. I know fairies have a lot of lore behind them, like how, you know, sort of debated amongst scholars. I don't even know if it's debated. It might just be fact at this point. I have no idea. But basically, like, the origins of a lot of illnesses and stuff that made people a little bit not themselves, like either people who were diagnosed with things later in life, or things, you know, diseases or neurological conditions sort of emerging in people, where people would basically just be like, oh, they must be possessed, or it must be their body's been body snatched by a fairy. And there's a lot of like, and they would do crazy things to like their children who sort of didn't behave like themselves, or how they thought their children should behave. And so a lot of things are like, we're starting to like, oh, well, a lot of these things sound eerily similar to, you know, children with autism or people with other conditions, and you know, especially things that might not show in all areas of their life until later, or until they, you know, get a little bit older, and then it starts to get really bad, right? Like, and so a lot of these like myths around different things sort of have roots in just like not understanding humans, basically. Just, oh, you just don't understand something, let's make a myth around it. I mean, that's been true for gods with like lightning and all that, you know, all the things. You don't understand where something comes about, must have been a god, or must have been a fairy, must have been a dragon. You know, yeah, so yeah, you see a creature you don't understand, must be it's probably some mythical creature that flies around, you know, like, why not call it a dragon? You know, it doesn't surprise me in the least that there's probably, you know, I mean, really anything that you don't understand, right? I mean, there are, I'm trying to think now, but I mean, there's so many, like, even just like natural phenomenon of like a sun phenomenon, with like when sun clouds, certain weather conditions sort of align just right in a way that like makes the sky like glow in a certain way. Like, there's so many crazy explanations throughout history of, like, you know, aliens coming down because they saw the sky flash with the color of light and they didn't understand what it was, right? Or like seeing natural phenomenon that might be rare, and so that you attribute it to one thing or another. And it's like, and now we kind of understand that these things could very well be pointing to things that we actually understand now. And I think that's cool. It's neat. But also, yeah, so definitely doesn't surprise me that they're probably, you know, again, people like to make up stories. I mean, we still do it. Even with knowing stuff, people will make up crazy stories to explain things that we already understand. I mean, you hear like conspiracy theory type stuff where people will literally offer up insane explanations for things like, we already know how this thing works, and yet they will still invoke like, oh, it must be a body double. Like, come on, like, we or not a body double, like, you know, body snatchers type stuff. Like people are wild. On one hand, it's cool because people have, you know, imaginations and they can come up with cool stories and stuff. But on the other hand, like, yeah, let's not pretend that these things are new. Okay, so I'm just painting. I'm gonna make some shapes. Maybe one of these is sticking outward. So I want to be careful here. Because my thought is maybe I should just do a quick sketch. Oh, you know what? Before I do that, let's erase this. Let's make a new layer. There. Now I can just sketch like, you know, a regular sketch. So I don't think I just want one large thing sticking up with like the dragon on top. I mean, I could. Now the question is it sitting like this, where it's just like chilling? Maybe hind leg back here. And then other leg down here, like it's gonna leap. Or like, you know, like a cat starting to like climb down a countertop. That's, hold on, I need a reference of that. Cat climbing down countertop. You know when like a cat will like try to put one leg over the ledge to like leap? Because like they don't always know what they're doing. Maybe I can find one. Not quite like this, but kind of close, right? Where you have like one leg up top and then the other leg is like starting to go down. And actually, maybe that is kind of the... Oh, here we go. Is this it? This. Here's the... That's what I'm looking for. Interesting scale. Well, I don't know if that's quite going to be the scale. I'm just doing something that I can draw. Again, art, I'm very much piecemealing this. It probably won't be like that. It'll probably be much smaller. But it just, I don't know. For drawing's sake, it's not that important right now. We can always change it. Also, maybe it would make more sense if this thing tipped then, because then the dragon could actually have, like, its leg coming down. But yeah, no, the scale is going to change. This is just me planning. I'm basically going back to thumbnailing. Which is what, to me, is going to make this process kind of fun. Some little rocks sticking up here. These could also stick up. Basically, I'm just going to make all of these pillars, or most of them pillars. And maybe these are pillars. Just basic, yeah. So I just want things to have a bit of, yeah. The scale might be a little wonky. I also don't fully expect this painting to be perfect because I am piecemealing it together. You keep copies, yeah, I keep copies. I mean, even here I have different copies in the same document, but I also have save files of the various stages. This was the very first day I did the painting. Basically, the theme was lava, and then this was second day, and now this is starting of the third day. So yeah, I have the stages, and I also have them saved out as other files as well. It's digital, of course I got backup. Of course I have backups, I say, until those days that I don't have backups. But yeah, I mean that's part of the nice thing about working digitally, you know? Yeah, this is not a good process, though. I feel like it's... And I say that not in like a, you know, way to like be mean to myself, but I just genuinely don't think it's a thing that would be ideal. Like, I think it's probably good to have some sort of skills where you can piecemeal things together and just like, you know, hobble things together, or cobble, I think. You can sort of cobble things together and make the best out of it. Like, I think it's a good skill, but I don't feel like it's ever ideal that that's the way you work. You know what I mean? It's like, if you can avoid it, there's no reason to do it this way. But I do like it this and that it because I don't have a project, you know, this isn't like for a commission or anything. It's purely just me figuring out what I want to paint. This looks like an elephant. Well, that's a weird looking dragon. That's a rooster head. Hold on. I don't know what I'm doing here. I feel like I want hold on. Okay, this is terrible. Let's go like this. Wait, I'm on the wrong layer. Crap, I thought I made a hold on. I thought I made this layer. I did the thing that I didn't want to do. Okay, here we go. Let's take this. Now at least we have some stuff behind it. Yeah, it's still a little roostery, but you know what? I think that'll work. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect, it's just... Maybe there's like a tail looping around. How the wings look? Okay, we have a cat here. Hold on. Dragon wings. I don't know. Do we have another drag? Why is this so big? We've got 2 images of a cat, which I actually like this one, kinda. I'm not gonna make a cat, but... Okay, here's some dragon wings. I don't really like the form of that dragon. But we might be able to do something like this. I think I've seen a picture of a dragon on top of a tower before like this. Vaguely. I mean, not enough... It's not in my head enough to, like, know how it looked. Or, like, to, you know, reproduce it or anything. But I do like the idea of a dragon... You know, it needs to have this part of its leg up. Just kind of like the cat. Probably have its hind parts, like, up, right? So like this, where this needs to be up. I know that's unlegible, non-legible. And again, we can always make it smaller. I'm just trying to sort of blob my way. Blob my way into a painting. I do want to be able to, like, see a little bit underneath this dragon's head. Because we are looking up at it, right? I want to give the impression that it's, like, looming over us a little bit. Big lips on the dragon. Could do more foreshortening. Hold on, I got an idea. Here, let me now copy this out. Cut, paste. Oh, cut, paste. Now this is technically on its own layer, or on its own layer enough. Okay, I think I want some sort of foreshortening though, and I don't know how. Like, I don't just want this to come towards the camera. I want it to have like something like, well, that's a lot. That's extreme. But something basically where there's like a twist, right? Where like one shape goes over and then the other one goes behind it, where you can't really. I don't quite know exactly what I'm talking about. But like maybe it's going further away from us here. And then it comes back towards us a little bit. Right, so you have this sort of twist. I'm not quite sure, to be honest. I mean, maybe this is the underside of it, and it's actually looking away from us. So it's like, it's not really looking at us. Because it's like getting ready to leap. Sorta. Like a cat leaping off of a countertop. Again, this scale might be awful, but the idea that, like, again, you're gonna have one leg up here, right? Sort of up here, gripping this thing. And then the other one is gonna be significantly further down. Its whole body is sort of leaning over. Always struggle. Yeah, the wings I'm a little bit on the fence about, because I don't think... Like, my issue is I think they're going to be off the page. Let me look at a butterfly starting to take off. Butterfly taking off. Is that the... Because they do this, they do a thing, right? Don't they do... Where their wings start to go up, right? Like, they might just be sitting with their wings together, but then they, like, they don't they lean into it, kinda? Maybe not a butter. What am I thinking of? A bird? Large bird taking flight? Like, bird taking flight. Maybe a bird. It would be a better idea. Maybe like a... What's one of the... Like a heron or something. Like an animal that really needs to, like, lean into it. You know what I mean? Ah, gosh, this is where... We need to summon Casey Snow, because she knows animals. But, like, a bird that has to, like, either not necessarily get a running start, because this one isn't going to be running. Yeah, maybe, like, a crane. Something that really has to, like, get ready, right? They can't just, like, boom, into the air, right? They're not like a... I mean, I imagine that all birds do this to some degree, right? Like a hummingbird probably would even, like, you know, lean into it before it takes flight. But just kind of trying to understand, like, how the wings do they position themselves back or forward, right? Like, I don't really know. Like, I mean, let's see. Yeah, like a crane taking flight. Like, starting to take... Oh. I don't know if this is real or not. But that's funny. That's kind of cool. This sort of three... See, that one's showing it running. A heron? Yeah, I said a heron. Just like a big animal. A big bird. I don't know if a heron is a crane. No, herons do look like cranes, but I don't... See, this one... See, here's this. It looks like it's probably... It's like leaning forward a ton. I don't think all animals do that. I know some animals, like, they sort of or some birds you can see them starting to like lurch, kind of. This one looks like it's going the other way. I don't know. This kind of works though. It has like a regalness to it, I think. Again, it very cat-like almost. And then maybe the tail will go... I mean, I guess if it were a tail, right? If it were actually perching, the tail would need to be up because it's not going to be like, you know, wrapped around this if it's trying to jump. Like that would just be stupid. And so this is where now I'm running into another problem, right? Because like I actually think it would look cooler wrapped around. But I don't know. Thank you for the follow. One need 30 coffee. Oh, I need coffee. Good name. Thanks for being here. Although, I drink tea mostly. I don't really like coffee, but that's okay. I respect it. I respect coffee drinkers. Okay. What are the back legs doing? I mean, back legs gotta be up here, right? Like, on the thing they're perching from. And then, yeah, just like the cat image that I have. Right? Just like the cat, it's gonna be... Yeah, but in the air quite a bit. I mean, it doesn't have to be completely jumping, but like, you know, it's up there. I do wonder though if what I want to do with the wings and the tail, because I still want it to have a good composition, you know? And having too many things going off the edge of the page up here feels kind of weird. We could do something like this where the tail loops around. Maybe that's weird. I mean, I'm starting to like this. I'm not quite sure. I like the front. I like this part of the anatomy. I don't like the hind part, the hind section of the animal. Also, it doesn't help that I can't actually tell what the heck the anatomy of a cat like this is. And we wouldn't be able to see this up here because the legs are going to be up. I don't know. I'm just kind of fiddling around until I find something in the mess. But I do know that the butt will be in front of the tail, right? So, like, worst case scenario, this is still going to be... Okay, now that just looks more like a cat. That's not good. Funny how when I'm using cat reference, it's turns into a cat. Dang it. Dragons are hard. I don't know how to do dragons. Help. Help, help, help. Maybe like a dog reference would be good. I mean, that's kind of not bad. I'm not sure about the shoulder blade thing here, though. I do like how dragons will have, like, a big old, like, chest area where you can start to see the... I don't know. This would be better if I knew how to do anatomy. But I am also just trying to get some shape, some nice, what do you call it? Some nice silhouette down, and I'm not really sure. This is the difficulty with me in anatomy, is that just because I make a neat looking shape doesn't mean that it makes any sense anatomically. Whereas with like environments, if you make a cool looking mountain, like, it may not be perfect geologically, but, like, there's such a wide variety of mountains, like, you can be pretty okay. But with, like, people or things that need to, like, function, you really can't get away with as much because, like, balance is a thing, and, like, it's much harder to explain how something works like that. I don't know. At least for me, it seems quite difficult. Okay, let's make this smaller. I realize how much of a mess this is, but that's okay. Also, it should be... I don't really want to add a lot of atmosphere yet, but we might as well add some. Yeah, characters, creatures, and... Yeah, I mean, there are overlaps, right? Like, I mean, you know, trees certainly have more... you know, like, trees have more anatomy and structure than, say, a random stone that could be cut into any shape, for example, or weathered into mostly any shape. And then certain other plants might have even more, you know, specificity, and then like architecture is going to have even more because they also have to, they are constructed by humans, and there's typically design decisions that like either they make sense or they don't, right? And like there's like things that humans would do for reasons because there's a function behind it. And so there's a varying degree, but yeah, I think anatomy just is on a whole nother level because we only have like I was gonna say we only have one example of nature. No, we have lots of things in nature, but they all kind of, you know, there's an evolutionary chain kind of like how things, like you don't just have like things popping into existence out of completely nowhere. You have like other animals are similar, and you know, things will be grouped into categories that all have certain traits and types of things, and so you don't have that, even though there are a lot of types of animals, you don't have that much freedom in just like adding stuff to them, you know? Whereas in the rest of stuff, like when it comes to like architecture, you kind of do, right? I mean, humans can build a house in any number of ways. Obviously, some things are going to make more sense than others, but yeah, it's tricky. Hi, so are you team butt at base of tail or butt at tip of tail? I didn't know there was a team either of those. Wait, people take issue with those? What do you mean? Wait, what? Butt at base of tail. Wait, nobody thinks a dragon's butt is at the tip of its tail. Right? Right? What do you mean? Hold on. There are not people who think that, like, if using this cat example, that the cat's butt is the tip of its tail? Are you telling me you think that's a controversial? No way. I don't believe you for a second, Recriner. Also, hi, Recriner. Hope you're doing well. Not a chance. Not a chance. Some sci-fi fantasy dragons described, like, just like terminology or like anatomically, like they do their business out of their tail. Like that's not what you mean, right? Yeah, I imagine dragons poop from their mouths. What? But just incinerate it with their breath? That's pretty gross. Hi, Monomon. I don't think that's actually how you think that. So that's where the Charmander's flames come from. Yeah, I don't think anyone thinks that dragons do their business from their tail. I don't think that's a thought. Maybe there has been some author or artist who has, you know, decided to do that for the funsies of it, but that cannot be a serious line of thought, right? Please tell me. Like, I don't know anything hardly about animal anatomy, and yet that's making me cringe because that feels so, like, that's wild. I don't believe it. Yeah. Sounds like a no, even Pokemon. That's unbelievable for even Pokemon. Now, if you're just talking, like, linguistically, like maybe if you had, like, a big bludgeoning type dragon where you have, like, the the back end is like this big heavy boulder that it's swinging its weight around, you could probably make an argument for like, you know, talking about like the center of mass of the dragon being like in so like I could understand calling it the end side of the dragon or something is the tip of the tail if it were like a very specialized type of dragon, and but that is different than I think what you said. You wouldn't call that like the butt of the, that's weird. I swear I read a story like you probably did, but I don't, that I mean look, I'm sure there's a story out there like that, but I don't think there is a are you team this or team that. That sounds like a massive mischaracterization of how people think. I mean, first of all, I don't think that many people probably think about dragon butts, but even if they did, I don't think those would be that's like saying, are you team flat earth or are you team round earth? Like, as if those have equal weighting. Like, no, one of those is a conspiracy theory with literally nothing to back it, and the other is reality with everything to back it, right? These are not equal camps, even though there are some people who believe that the earth is flat, right? Like, just because some people believe that doesn't mean that it's an even competition, you know, they shouldn't have equal airtime and be, we're not actually debating whether the dragon's butt is the tip of its tail, right? Okay, anyway. This is how easily my stream gets thrown off course. Talking about dragon butts. Okay, but I'm liking this as far already. The sketch is starting to come about, I think. I can't believe I'm Googling about lizard butts. Coffee more coffee, thank you for doing the doing the deed. No, thank you for taking the hit, and you're the one Googling that. You know, I will say though, there are some bizarre Google searches on my end for things, looking up references of stuff. I'll tell you, when you're doing art and you need to figure out how something works and you're like, you know, I don't know this thing, and then you have to Google something, like, if somebody ever got a hold of my search results, they'd be like, what are you looking up? Like, these things are all so disconnected and disjointed, and yeah. Lizards don't actually have a butt, actually. Really. They have a cloaca? Oh, that makes sense, though. Do snakes have butts? I mean, it, like... Yeah, but they still have, like, the hind end where the business, or, you know, they poop out of a thing, essentially, that is in the hind section of them, right? Like, whether or not it has the exact anatomy that we have... Like, that's not the argument, right? We're clearly talking about, like, the hind end of the animal. And we're not talking about... Nobody would call this on the tip of the tail. Anyway, I'm still stuck on this. Because I'm just in disbelief that this is a thing. A hole is a hole. Exactly. When it comes to animal anatomy, this is my level of understanding. It's a hole, and they poop out of it. Okay, anyway, good stream. We are off to a good start. Reminds me of a sea cucumber. What are we talking about now? Coffee more coffee says, so similar to birds, they basically do business from that place. Yeah. Okay, anyway, so for those who are just tuning in to this riveting conversation about dragon butts, I am reworking a painting from last stream. So, I will give you the breakdown of what I am doing. How do I best show this? Oh, here we go. I'll just merge these two layers. So this is what we had at the start of... So 2 streams ago, we did this. We did a painting, mountains with lava. And then I was like, you know, I want to work on this more. And so I extended the canvas a little bit to be this. Ignoring the top part for a second. And I actually really liked this, and I thought, you know what, I might continue working on it. But I thought some of the shape design was a little bit disjointed. We had some of these, like, square, rectangular, rune-type things, or, you know, ruins, where it looks like some old buildings or something is being like, you know, the land is coming over it and stuff. And I really like this shape. But then we have ruins up here that are totally different shape design. And then we have just big rocks. And I thought, okay, I need to like change something. So that's kind of what I started doing today, or what I'm going to start doing. I'm going to make some of these be more square, more resembling these shapes. Maybe I'll do some, you know, maybe this one as well with the... I like that the grass is sort of, or the vegetation is kind of coming over the top of it. I think that's a nice touch to show that it's like buried in the ground. Maybe some of these will have a similar look. This is going to be a giant tall tower, very similar to that. Maybe it'll, you know, step out in stages. Like this or something. Maybe there's even grass up here. But anyway, yeah, stuff like this, where basically I'm making like these old ruins, and then there's a dragon perch on it. That's kind of the vibe. I just wanted to keep on piecemealing this together. This is not the greatest process that I've ever had, but it is fun. It's kind of a fun way to do it. Also, now I'm got to think about like the contrast of the dragon and the clouds. Maybe I add more clouds behind this to, like, you know, outline the dragon a little bit, which would be kind of neat. That might be a little much, though. In fact, maybe I don't want it to outline it, because maybe as it gets higher up, I want it to kind of start to blend, especially in these areas, so that I don't have such a high contrast, you know, against its wings. So I'm not quite sure how I'm going to do this. I got to figure it out. That's kind of today's plan. Also, did I say hi, Saperta? Hello. It makes you learn about stuff, though. Oh, Googling things? Yeah, no, it does. And that's extremely good. That's how you, yeah. That's part of what I really like about art, is every time you want to paint something you haven't painted, you have to go and learn about it, even if it's a little bit, you know, you may not learn a ton about it, but you do learn stuff with every painting you make. You know, sometimes it's just visual stuff, like visual patterns of a thing, but you still have to pay attention to stuff, and you do learn stuff. And so every time you do a new painting, your knowledge base is building even just a little bit. Of course, there's the art skills themselves, but there's also subject matter knowledge, which I think is cool. Oh yeah, Dragon Riders of Pern isn't the only sci-fi story with dragons. There's also the Pit Dragon series. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if there's a lot, you know, a lot of sci-fi fantasy mix type stuff. All right, got to think about this. I mean, already this is so much better than it was. So much better. These can be smaller, but because I am so we had this problem. Well, I've had it a lot in a lot of paintings, but there's often times when you're painting environments, there's this problem that I've mentioned a couple times now, where there's this one of the nicest compositional or ways to, I guess it's a compositional solution, but one of the nicest ways to show depth is sort of in direct conflict with perspective, because, like, obviously scale, which is perspective, helps show depth, right? If you have things going into this distance, they get smaller. They, you know, repeating objects, right? We've all heard of repeating objects to show scale, right? That's classic one. That's like leaning heavy on the perspective. But then you have just compositionally two objects in front of each other, right? Just having overlap, right? It doesn't matter if it's a big object and a small object, or two objects of the same size. If you show objects passing in front of each other, you know that one is behind the other, right? And therefore there's some space between them typically. And so one really common graphical thing that people like doing is putting a big shape behind a small shape, right? Big thing pile of clouds behind a small dragon, right? Big building in the distance in the skyline with a bunch of little small townhouses in the foreground, right? We love to do this stuff, right? Buildings back here. The problem is this is in direct conflict with perspective, right? Typically, if you had equal size things, right, you'd have the big object in the front and the small stuff in the back. But then you don't get that nice overlap, right? It's hard to overlap a big object in the foreground with a small object in the background, right? And so oftentimes we like to overlap the big thing, and again, you see this in real life too, if you're walking, the objects that are going to stand out in the horizon are going to be the biggest things. But if the problem is that if you do this, it kind of kills the idea of scale, because then sometimes you don't have that overlap. Like if I have an object here and an object the same size in the distance, this one looks massive, or everything in the foreground looks tiny. And then if you're doing this with like a bunch of rocks, for example, it's making your scale look weird because things are getting bigger as they go back, and that's like reverse perspective. So there's often this, like, to me, it's like a thing that happens if you're not too careful. It's just, you're gonna do it because it's such an easy solution is to put big stuff in the background because it looks good. But then if you do it too much, it starts to look really confusing. Anyway, where was I going with this? Oh yes, but because, so sorry, I'm all over the place. I'm talking fast because I'm excited about this painting. But before this, I was having that problem. So before I added the dragon in here, but because I'm adding the dragon and now I get to add this big giant shape back here, I feel like it's actually freeing me up to put some smaller rocks back here, because now I don't need like a big focal point of the rocks, right? Because the dragon's the focal point, kind of, right? So it's less, to me, it's less important now that I have some big, overarching shape that kind of dominates the scene, which means I can focus a little more on scale and maybe the believability of stuff a little bit more. So I think that'll be nice. It's going to be it'll help, I think. Anyway. But yeah, no, I am excited about this painting. Also, did I forget to go live? No, I didn't. It's working. Stream is working. I thought maybe my YouTube VOD wasn't ticking away in the background. All right. What is today? Is today Thursday? Yeah, it is Thursday. I knew it was Thursday. I knew that, right? I think I knew that. It just doesn't feel like Thursday. It feels like a Wednesday. I like it. Somehow I gained a day. Normally I'm like, I think it's like a day later, and I feel like I've lost a day, but I feel like I've gained a day this week. It doesn't feel like... It feels like a Saturday, I think. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I listened to like an entire audiobook yesterday on my day off, and I normally only do that when I'm working. And so because I made so much progress in an audiobook, I'm like, oh, I felt like I spent yesterday working. Maybe that's why. It feels like a Friday to me, but I need to remember to go to class tomorrow. Oof, that sucks. Okay, let's draw some perspective. Okay, you know what? We've got some scale, some perspective stuff, some issues. Let's fix some of our perspective. Draw the grid a little bit, or at least maybe not an actual grid. We don't always need a grid for everything. It's dead week, so it's just a lot of writing final projects and some grading. Gotcha. I forget, what is your main degree? Because I know for some majors, depending on what you're studying, a lot of people have like dead week ends up being like the actual projects. If you're like a project-based, if you're anything like art-related, design-related, you actually have like projects due dead week, and so it's not at all dead. It's not just studying for exams before finals, because that's like when the projects are actually due, and so it's like this major, like you're actually doing the work, like that is the work. And then if you do like writing type stuff or like exam type things, a lot of times you're studying for exams before finals week, right? And so that week before um is like, so you do have a real dead week. So I've found that depending on what kind of major you're or what kind of degree you're working towards, if it's project based or like exam based or writing based, you kind of, when the crunch time is and like when is it dead week, when is it sort of like what that is changes a little bit. At least it did in my university. You're a German master's major. Okay. I knew you were studying German, but I wasn't sure if that was your primary thing. Your final papers are due finals week. This week is mostly writing and reading. Gotcha. All right. So now, just like we did at the start of the stream, I'm going to treat this again as like a continuation, just like thumbnailing, where I'm just going to play around with some shapes, figuring out like, for example, this one. I like this a lot. I'm actually going to merge visible there. I really, really like this shape. So I just want to... What if I just do this? Just literally extend it down. I don't know if this is good. It might be bad. But it might give us that nice overlapping shape. And then this could be a little bit lighter. We'll probably add some atmosphere in there. Because this is going to be further away. Also, this thing is much larger, so maybe we need some of the smaller ones around it. So that's what these will be. So I'm doing a lot of reworking here. A lot of reworking. And again, just to reiterate, if you're new to environments or something, or maybe first time here, this is not a good way to work. This to me feels like kind of like a treadmill type thing where there's no, every time you change one thing, something else changes. It's just not a good process. You know, I think typically you want to do like full composition first, you know, especially if you kind of know what the idea is. In fact, there was probably even an argument for me to start over. And now that I know I want to do a dragon, you know, perching up or lurching on the top of this thing, with like a mountain, with some rocks and stuff, with some old ruins, I could probably do like a general composition sketch that would be better than this. But I think for this case, it's close enough. It'll end up working. But it is worth noting that I don't think this is an ideal, you know, process. But at the same time, I also think there's probably some benefit from learning to work like this, because I think in real life, obviously it's real life, but you know what I mean? Like, if you're working for, let's say, a client or something, and they want a random change, sometimes you just have to make, like, the best out of a bad situation, and this feels like that. This feels a little bit like, here's this thing, and I'm going to try and turn this painting. I'm going to try and transform it into something that it never wanted to be, and now I need to, like, figure out, you know, the best way to do it without having to repaint the entire thing. And maybe the repainting the whole thing, you know, if it was for a bit high-end client or something, maybe you'd have to be like, hey, it's going to require a total repaint, you know? It's going to double the amount of time spent. I'm going to have to revisit a contract, you know, sort some things out a little better. But I think for this case, I think it's still a good skill. I mentioned this earlier, but It kind of reminds me of like so sometimes I watch there's a Minecraft speedrunner I enjoy watching, and typically in speedruns you have different categories, and a lot of the categories in speedrunning are, you know, just like beating the game, you know, literally just beat the game as fast as possible. Sometimes it's a set seed, sometimes it's not, but typically you're trying to do kind of the same thing in the same order, more or less. Like, there's not a lot of improvisation, even in a game with some randomness, because, like, that's, you know, you're trying to do an optimal route so that you can beat the game the fastest you can possibly beat it. But then there's categories that are a lot more chaotic, where there's so much randomness, you actually end up doing things in different orders based on the order that you come across them. And so that to me, this feels more like a, you know, like one of those more random type of thing. The process is so chaotic here. Hey, bless you, darling. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Hope your day's going good. Did you know you can beat Breath of the Wild in about 35 minutes? Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Speedrunners are crazy. They break games so often. It's awesome. I love speedrunning for that. I mean, I don't do it personally because I put my time towards other things, but like it is great. It's one of the coolest things. I think I just think it's really neat. So yeah, doesn't surprise me at all. I always enjoy just like seeing all the cool tech they can find, like, you know, skipping things that are supposed to be unskippable. You know, whether it's like skipping cutscenes that force you to do things, or just all the little clever tech speedrunners use. I always enjoy that. Your day went so good. I had a big presentation today, but it went extremely well. Oh, that's good. Are you also in the week before finals? Is that how that works? We were just talking about that. Oh, some people are in dead week, and they're kind of, or the week, 2 weeks before finals? I don't know. I think it's just the week before finals. Do I like this, though? This feels weird. Hold on, let me try it. When in doubt, just try. Let's see what happens if I get rid of that. I'm in week before finals. I'm a commercial science major. Oh, nice. Commercial science? I don't know what that is, actually. Like, commercial science major. I was thinking of, like, material science, but that's not the same. I don't know what commercial science is. It sounds cool, though. It's just everything economics. Okay, gotcha. Oh, like commerce. Oh, God. I don't know why I was thinking, like... I don't know what my brain was thinking. Okay. So, it's basically economics. Gotcha. That's cool. Yeah, I don't quite know what I was thinking. It's like I just had never heard those two words together for some reason, and I was like, I don't know what that is. But yeah, that's neat. I hope finals go well for you. Okay, I think that's better, right? Like, getting rid of some of that. We had a weird repetition here of like 3 or 2 big shapes. I think as much as I like this rock, it sounds so much cooler than economics. It does, right? It sounds way cooler than economics. Commercial science. It's way fancier. But yeah, so this is one of those things where sometimes when I'm painting, especially on stream, it's hard to make a choice to like delete something that you've already painted on. And like I've already kind of added some details to this big rock, and so to now delete it kind of pains me a little bit. But you know what? That's what I get for moving on before I decide what I'm gonna paint. Maybe we add more shapes back here. kind of cool. Is this okay? Hmm. I really love the bluish sky and the lava combo. No, thanks. Yeah, I'm happy with it. I thought about doing... It's not common that you see a super blue sky in lava, right? That's just not common because typically when there's lava, things are burning, and burning makes smoke, and so you have a lot of smoky, ashy sky, right? Especially if it's like an eruption, then you have literal like mountain particles in the sky, you know. So it's very rare to see blue sky and lava. Like those just don't work together in real life. And so I've already dialed it back a lot by adding tons of gray into this scene, a lot of thick atmosphere, which is nice because atmosphere is amazing for landscape painting because it makes things, it helps you make depth. So it is nice. And then up top, I'm slowly having it go to blue. So it's kind of, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much it's going to change as I work on it. I'm doing a lot of flipping of the canvas, so I apologize if I'm making people seasick. I don't really know. Hold on, what am I doing here? Are there any types of... Is this going to be useful at all? Not really. I think the cat lurching was the best reference I had for this, but I don't know if I'm really using these at the moment. But yeah, I'm still not totally sold on this. Now funny enough, I'm almost thinking it would be better like this. Right? Like, that's just better. Am I crazy? Because this is so central. We don't need it central. This side is not important. Also, because the dragon is looking this way. Now, I guess conversely, we could try something else. We could take all of this, and I know this is, again, not ideal, but we could move it like that. Just moving the dragon into the scene a little bit so that now he's kind of perching into the scene. But now we have an issue with this lava stuff. Lava stuff. The lava. No, I don't think he's dripping lava. That's not bad. Alright. Do we want it square format? With this. So this is option 1. This is like Instagram format. Do we want square format or this format, but with the dragon moved? This would be better for a print, right? And I'm kind of leaning towards this. As much as I like making things fit Instagram, which I never really do. I don't know. Is there a reason to go one or over? I mean, the reason to go this one would be a print. And also, I think it's just better typically than square format. I kind of, you know what's funny? I do kind of like the square format. In some ways, I think it looks better. But also, I'm thinking that it only looks better because I haven't solved all the problems. I mean, I would want to make prints out of it. I don't know. I think I'm going to go this format, and if I really want, I can crop it still. I can always crop it to be more square, and that'll be fine. Did I crop this before? No. Now, I do think there's some issue with this. We have some weird... I know people say, like, don't put things in pairs, or in this case, in threes. Well, threes are fine, but it's kind of weird that we have the lava coming from this, but also not the dragon, or, like, not this thing. And these two are the same size. So it's like, why is it going here when the dragon could have been on this one? You know what I mean? So, like, what if we just got rid of this one? And maybe there's like a... I don't know. Maybe it's like a wall or something. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's a wall. I could do that. Little kingdom over here or something. Do we want big old rocks up here? So this shape is kind of weird to me. Like, I almost feel like we should make it bigger. But then we run into the issue of like, okay, should it be there at all? I don't want to get rid of it. I do like the sloping, the weightiness of it, where like this is the heavy side of the painting and it kind of slopes down. I do like that. Gotta figure this out. Problem solve. That's what people mean, or at least this is what I mean when I say problem solving sometimes, is figuring out either like compositional things or also like what is my direction in this that I haven't thought of so that I can make a choice because I need to make a choice and I haven't thought through my idea fully. And so I have to come up with something to like, you know, make a choice. Because I find that typically when I make choices and it's like it's either this or this, they do different things, right? It's not just like they might both look good or they might even look equally as good, but then it becomes less about how they look and more about like what is the function. And that's where like maybe I haven't thought about it. Now I have to think and then I need to make a choice and that choice matters because it'll affect how I use the thing or, you know. I kind of don't like that this feels so tiny. Like, do we put more lava in here? I mean, we could do, like, the lava's dripping, but I don't think so. I think that's... I'm gonna get rid of the tiny little details here. Just to help myself think a little bit more about what I want to do. Okay, let's try something though. Let's take an airbrush and lightly paint the dragon. Now, we're not actually gonna, you know, I mean, he's gonna be pretty light, but just to push it back a bit, make it look even bigger. Now, right now okay, let's just think, I'm just gonna ink over my own image. So we have like compositional stuff, right? We have this, we have the dragon looking this way. Oh, let's go back to our pink or orange or whatever. We have the dragon kind of looking this way, which kind of works for this. Everything kind of points up to the dragon a little bit, right? We have the skyline, even the, you know, so, and we have obviously this stuff pointing towards the dragon. So I'm kind of trying to figure out, like, what do I do with this side? Do we make, like, the skyline come this way? You know, kind of just making a nice shape here. So I don't really know. You know, and at one point in time, I had the idea of all these little rock things kind of going out at different directions, kind of like a dominoes almost, like in sequence. Not really dominoes falling, but sort of, you know, all these pillars would be tipping, but maybe they're kind of, the tipping makes this nice pattern of like, you know, they're all at different angles, right? Rather than being all at the same angle, right? They would be sort of at this, one's here, one's here, one's here. And as they work their way around, they would make this nice falling shape. Which I guess we could still try. Right, this one's up here. Maybe we do like one back here. Actually, here, let me... Am I on the wrong layer? Yeah, this'll work. So maybe one's up here. This one's starting to tip. Or at least it's at a different angle than this one, right? Because I don't want these things to all be at the same angle. And because there's a lot of them, it's going to be tricky to sort of make them not have random parallel ones next to each other. I think I'm okay with a couple of them parallel, like maybe these two or something. But mostly, I'm going to try to have them not line up. Because I want this to feel like they're ruins sort of tipping and, you know, they're old. You know, the ground is moved. Dragons have, you know, lava flows have gone through here. You know, things have, you know, literally rock has been pushed around from this lava. So I'm just coming back in here and trying to reshape some things. And maybe this one has one leaning the other way to kind of... Don't think we want to do this here, but maybe. That's kind of good. I don't actually know if that's good. A little bit wacky. Gosh, do I like this or not? So maybe what I do is this part is raised just a bit in the distance. That way this is still the peak, but then we have like another shapes back here like this, going kind of away from us. And that's another nice thing, is that we can always put these shapes going away from us at different angles. So like, even though we have a shape tilted at this angle, another shape tilted at that angle, let's say hypothetically this one, doesn't actually have to be the same rotation. Like, this one could be rotated towards us and this one could be rotated away, right? And so we actually have another axis to work on. And I kind of wanted this one to be kind of towards us a little bit, actually, so that we can see the lava, like the underside, as it leans over the lava to catch some of this glow. I thought that might be neat. Now, do I also do this with the clouds, this sort of radiating shape? Or do I lean into it and go the other way, like this, right? So if we have this shape, the dragon's on top of this hill, maybe we have the clouds go like that, right? So we have like... you know, kind of making like that shape in a way. So like the opposite, I guess. Which could work if we wanted to back silhouette this thing, right? So we have the cloud go up on this end, kind of that way. Come back up here. That way we can get those nice silhouettes. I'm not sure. I think that's kind of nice, just having these little movement lines. I mean, it's one of those things where it doesn't really matter, but it makes for like a simple shape, you know? I think we're gonna go with that because they're, you know, I don't have any reason not to, and I think it'll look nice. It kind of create... oh crap, I just... uh-oh, hold on. Wrong layer. Do I have enough undos? Whew, thank goodness. I only have like 15 undos, so sometimes when I'm painting, I if I'm painting on the wrong layer for too long, I'll ruin things. So I have to catch it quick. Okay, so now these clouds, we will get some light shining on top of them, but I don't want to go too much into detail there yet. So now, okay, I got a question. Maybe, I don't know if you guys are interested in helping me solve my problems. Outsource my problem solving to chat. So one of my issues is, do we, like, what kind of dragon? Because there could very much, so now I'm thinking about, like, what if this were a magic card? And again, this is the wrong way to design a magic card. You do not start with just cool art and then make a card for it. But now, okay, like, what kind of dragon, right? Is this a... If this were a magic card, presumably, is the dragon, like, roosting, like, near lava? Like, maybe it's lava-themed dragon or something. Maybe it's the cause of the lava, so it doesn't have to be a lava-themed dragon. It just be spitting fire, and maybe the fire is, like, or spitting lava or something. But, like, maybe it's just staying warm, or maybe it's protecting, right? Maybe, is it, maybe these ruins are, maybe there's a volcanic eruption or something here due to some other magic, and maybe this is the dragon's home, so it's protecting. Maybe it's in contrast with the lava. Maybe it's an ice dragon, right? Like, what could be some sort of... I don't know, I'm just trying to think of different ways of, like, how could I sort of make this fit without having too much change, Like, I don't think I want, like, a big red fiery dragon, right? I don't think I want that. Because I actually don't think the color of the dragon... I actually like the color of the dragon being a little bit, like, bluish purple, maybe. Like, kind of the color it is right now. Maybe a little bit of... maybe a little bit of green, even. I don't think I want more red, because I like that the red is the lava, or the orange. But we could go a little bit, right? We could do, like, orange accents somewhere, maybe? And if we wanted to tie it back to the lava, do we want, like, orange wings? Maybe there's a bit of orange on its tail, especially if we loop it around or something. Maybe there's some orange in here. I mean, if we really wanted to go crazy, right? Imagine the tail's looping around. And, like, it's literally dripping with lava. And maybe there's lava dripping out of its mouth. And we're not going back to the earlier conversation about the tail being the butt of the dragon. That's not... But maybe the tail is dripping with lava. And so maybe it does have some lava... That's kind of weird, though. That to me gives me... That's a weird... This is not the composition I would want. I think if I were going to make a dragon... Now I'm thinking, like, if I was given the prompts, let's say from Wizards or from anyone, right? And it was like, here's a lava dragon, and its tail is molten lava, and it, like... It deals damage by using its tail, right? I wouldn't... paint the dragon just dripping its tail above stuff, right? I would show it, like, sweeping the earth, and in its wake is, like, a big scarred lava stream, right? Like, I would show it using the thing in the way that it would use it, not in this, like, very strange... Like, this is not... That's weird. That to me doesn't feel like that would be the first thing that comes... it just... I mean, I guess it could be a solution, but it just doesn't look good. Like, it looks cool. but when you think of, the more you think about it, the less you're like, why would this be the way, right? Just like dripping its tail and dangling it. That also then makes the focal point its tail, which again is a weird thing to stick on the side of the painting like this. So I don't think I want that. I could still do this, right? Dripping from the mouth or from its claws or something. I could do that. Alternatively, we could bring the tail around and then have something with like it dripping maybe, or like, I don't know. I'm not sure. There's so many options. But yeah, that's just, yeah. I feel like I'm gonna need to repeat myself a lot, but this is not the ideal way to do an illustration like this. Normally, you would do some like, you know, creative writing or some initial sketching to like figure out what the idea you want is, and then you do sort of thumbnails for that idea to figure out the best composition, and then you would build it up, and then you wouldn't have to do this like piecemealing. Like there would be a stage where you would figure out the angles of all these things, of course, but that would be probably after you already kind of know what it is you're even painting, which I'm just only just now figuring it out. Hey, Roy Inspire, how's it going? So, yeah, with the whole dragon thing, I'm still not sure what kind of dragon. Maybe I'll play around with some colors. Yeah! I decided, Casey, we were talking about you a little bit. I'm gonna make a dragon. And we all know that anatomy 1 isn't my strong suit. Dragon anatomy definitely isn't my strong suit. And we got into a discussion, or not me. Yeah, well, I was like, man, because I was asking like I don't know how to draw like dragons like lurching or like, you know, so I'm like, oh, let's get a cat reference, you know. I'm like, you know, because cats do this thing where they like, you know, lean over, butt in the air, you know, arm going down the side before they jump off. But then I was like, I don't know enough about like birds that take off. Are there ways for them to like, are there some birds that like shift their weight before they fly? Or, you know, because like I know some get like a running start, you know, some will flap their wings and then start jump or whatever. But like, are there some that kind of do like a pouncing motion that like I could find a reference for? Basically what I'm getting at is I don't know enough about anatomy to even know what to look up to find references for like something with wings in this motion, right? Like, what would it do? Would it put its wings back to like make itself aerodynamic? Like what kind of, would it spread its wings before it takes off in like a gliding motion, or would it put it back as like it's gonna jump first and then it goes out? Like, I don't know what bird, you know, I don't know what they do. Is it like they curl up into a ball, they jump, and they go poof? You know, I don't know. Like a person in a wingsuit? Or is it more like a, I don't know. So I was thinking, like, I don't really know how to do this. Also, somebody brought up a parent, okay, I think it was Reed Kreiner, and I'm gonna call him out. Somebody said, are you in the camp of a dragon's butt is behind its tail, or is it at the end? And I'm like, nobody thinks dragons' butts are the end of their tail. Can you back me up on this as someone who knows more about dragon anatomy and probably more about dragon butts? Nobody actually thinks that the end of the tail is the butt, right? That's gotta be like not a real view. Yeah, okay, I've never heard of this camp. Okay, I'm glad. I was like, I don't think that's a real camp. If it is, it's like the equivalent of like flat earthers. Like, this is not a real position people hold, and if it is, it's not many. Anyway, I'm glad people don't think that the butt is the end of the dragon, or the end of the tail. Okay, glad we got that clear. You heard it here, folks. Casey Snow does not think the butt of the dragon is the tip of the tail. The tail is an appendage that comes out past the butt on any animal, but I do not think that this is a debate anyway. Okay, I'm glad. I'm glad it's not a real debate, because I had never heard of it either, but somebody in the chat was insisting it was, or they kind of claimed it was, and I'm like, that doesn't sound like a real debate. Casey Snow, expert on dragon butts, reporting for duty. He said duty. But yeah, okay. So yes, I am working on this painting for another day, and yeah, it was. I like that I'm doing a terrible process. Today is the day where I tell people what not to do. So for example, we started with this, and I didn't know what it was gonna be, and then day 2 we started adding ruins to it, and then day 3 I thought, okay, well, what if I put a dragon on it? And then I had to change the aspect ratio once again. I've changed the aspect ratio on this thing 3 times now, and each time it's just changing. Unless you're drawing a worm with that, it's waste expelling orifice at the end of the snake body as tail. I would think the butt wherever the waste leaves. Oh, true. Maybe that's what they were talking about. Maybe. That's possible. I still don't think that's a real debate. But yeah, anyway, so this is where we're going now. But we were thinking this is less about dragon anatomy, but more just like the direction of this painting. But yeah, I was just asking before you arrived, like, it wasn't really asking, but I'm just more thinking out loud, trying to think of what kind of dragon or like what sort of narrative is this? Is this dragon, is it the cause of the lava, right? I thought maybe we'd have like a lava tail type dragon where like it's dripping lava, but then I kind of dismissed that because I feel like that would be a better painting if we showed the dragon like sweeping its tail across the ground, leaving scorched earth kind of. So I don't think I want to do lava dripping from a dragon. I mean, we could go that route. We could also do like it dripping lava from its mouth and like, maybe it's like a boulder dragon type thing, and we do like a rocky structure. Maybe it's not, maybe it's not, maybe it just likes the, the lava, or maybe it doesn't at all, and maybe it's protecting the ruins, and so it's more like a runic dragon. Maybe we do, or ruin, maybe there's like an old ancient dragon protecting its home, and maybe there's like, patterns on here or something, and then these same patterns are on the dragon to show that like these things are one, they fit together. There's so many ways I could take this, and I'm just kind of, I don't really know what would make me choose one or the other, and I'm kind of just trying to figure it out. Okay, Casey says, if you need birds perching refs, here. Ooh, let's take a look. Reference avians, 1,000 pins. Did you pin all of these? Oh gosh. Casey, you both are awesome for having tons of references for things, but also you might have a problem with Pinterest. That's a lot of pins for just your avian references. You might have a problem, but I'm thankful for your problem because I can benefit from it. So that's good. Thanks for, yeah. Look at this. That's a lot of pins. And you've categorized them all. Starlings, toucans, woodpeckers, vultures, tropical birds. I mean, that's just a lot of bird. In your defense, there are over 10,000 bird species. That's a lot of bird species. Wait, this isn't a bird. Why is this in here? Do I not know how to use Pinterest? I don't know if I know how to use Pinterest. Are these all your pins? You went too far. Oh, ideas I might like. Oh, so it's trying to like recommend me stuff. So this is where yours end. Okay. Songbirds. It starts suggesting pins after you reach in. Gotcha. Ah, that's cool. The Eagles folder probably has what you want. Okay, this is cool. It would be crazy to draw a dragon like this. That would be wild, but also that's really neat. I think that's a neat. Wait, is this sideways? No, I think it's up and down. That's a cool pose, sort of hanging on there. Okay, let's go to Eagles. Eagles. Where art thou, Eagles? Large wings, honey, kingfisher horn. Eagles. Okay, wait, that's not an eagle. Oh, wait, is this an eagle? Maybe it is. It probably is. Ooh. See, I like that. That looks neat. Okay, so this is like, this is a good reference. Hold on, let me just yoink that over here. Where is, hold on. I've lost my reference page. Okay. Oh, this is kind of cool. This looks like it's landing though. Or is this taking off? A nuthatch. They hop around the tree trunks upside down. That's super cool. Ooh, this looks like it's starting to jump. I think that's what I'm looking for. You can follow boards. Nice. Says Drefzilla. This is good. Also, I like the lighting. This is a good one. Standing on a little cactus. Or a big cactus. Well, that's cool. Birds are neat. Also, look at those colors. Okay. Yeah, they are helpful. I don't know if it's going to be super helpful, to be honest. I mean, it's helpful in that I always like seeing different stuff. But we could... Oh, did I just unplug my headphones? I don't know. But, like, I was thinking, like, do I want the dragon wings to go like this, or do I want them to be more like this, right? Like, that's a choice that I have to make, and I think having sort of... Well, I should probably... Yeah, because this could be the other way, right? Where we go like that. This to me is going to be less good, though, because then it's covering it up. But it is closer to this one. Right? And there's definitely something we could do. Also, I should probably have made sure I was on a new layer. You can consider bat wings. I thought about that. I've been thinking, yeah, different types. Yes, you have a bat wings folder. Nice. Right, we could go like this, where we have the wing. Maybe it's overlapping. And then this. And then here. Something like that, maybe? I mean, maybe minus the bad perspective, but... See, I will say, I mean, this might make more sense, especially if this is, if the neck went down like this, like in the reference. You know, like it's really gonna jump or lurch. Right? So now we're taking these shapes. I kind of like that. I mean, this definitely has a look to it of, you know, there's some more believability here. This might be a little, and then of course we can, you know, there's shadow under here. There's definitely something neat to this. A different kind of dragon. Do I like? Yeah, it's different. I don't know if that's the route I want to... I mean, it feels more dynamic. It also kind of works with the with this a little bit. With the tail and the pose. So it's a mix of between cat pose and dragon is being a little bit more, I don't know, more aggressive, which I like. Maybe it's like sniffing. Maybe it's rounded. I'm trying to think now, do I want like a rounded head? Overbite kind of thing. I feel like maybe some feathery necks would be pretty cool. I will say one of the things I really like about animals like this is that you can oftentimes do a lot of really cool stuff with like the neck feathers and muscles or the chest muscles and the way their heads can like twist, and so you get all this cool anatomy twisting stuff. It looks like it's hunting your spots an intruder. Yeah, maybe it's protecting its area, and so it's like it's not a lava monster. It's not a lava dragon in and of itself, but it's protecting. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, hunting. That could be a thing. I kind of like the idea to show that it's kind of ancient, maybe, and maybe we put some like the runes and rockiness in it. So maybe we bring in some of this gray and green and like I don't know. I'm no dragon artist. I mean, I am now. Look at me go. Totally pro dragon artist. Also, I should probably figure out how to draw feet. Probably not bird feet. Probably some sort of... Okay, reptile feet, I assume. What's a good... You know feet. Casey Snow. Knows dragon butts and feet. That... This is... No. By the way, if you guys don't know Casey Snow, she's amazing. Here, let me give a shout out. There we go. We're actually going to do a stream together, I think next Tuesday, although we still haven't done our test stream thingy, so I don't know. But I think next Tuesday, right? Isn't that what we said? Butts and feet are great, says Roy. You have a very odd picture. You are painting a very odd picture of your content. Yeah, no. Casey's great. She does not just paint butts and feet. She actually paints all sorts of things, lots of animals, lots of different things. She knows a lot about anatomy, anything sort of, biology, sort of animal anatomy, anything animals and science-y. She's very good at all that. She knows a lot of stuff. A lot of things about animals and animal anatomy and how they work, and yeah. So anyway. And also has an art gym, which we haven't actually talked about what I'm going to do on the stream, but I think it's going to be like an art gym, so like a little bit of like a study, probably. I don't know, are you supplying references? Probably, and then we'll probably paint stuff, and then talk about what we do and how we do it and why, kind of thing. I don't know. Environment studies? Yeah. I think that's what you said last stream of your stream. But yeah, we can talk about that. Okay, I like this. So now, okay, hind legs of this animal. So, gonna have its feet up here. This is why we were talking about dragon butt, because I don't know how to do, like, this part of the dragon. Like, what does it even look like? This is where I had the cat lurching to show, like, its legs here. I mean, I guess this would have, like, this part. Do we want negative space in here? Is that too much? Read dragon feet if you want dinosaur looking feet. Check out emu feet. Okay, let's take a look at emu feet. Emu feet. My search result. Oh, these two look like dragon feet. Look at that. Or dinosaur. These look like dino feet. They do look dino feet. I think you were talking about this on your stream last stream, right? If anyone ever doubted birds or dinosaurs, emu feet seal the deal. Yeah. Probably. Okay. Okay, so I kind of like this. I think, I don't know if the shape here is, well, also, now we got a weird dragon tail thing. Because this was faded to the background. I wanted this just to be a graphical shape, because the tail is weird. But I think this works. I actually like the lighting. There's not a lot of lighting in this image, but I do think where the wings are, the underside of the wings, and this shows it perfectly. Because it is cloudy, right? We can have these clouds, so we can totally do things like, you know, putting this in shadow, and then this arm, and maybe this. Also, there needs to be the chest here, and then this is gonna be. This can maybe be another graphical shape. I don't know. I'm not quite sure how to do that yet. I gotta figure that one out. And then we can get some light on its head. Maybe on its neck a little bit. So kind of like in this reference, we have the light. I think that'll work. Now the question is, what do we want to do with the shape of the face? And also, like, what's going on with this neck? I feel like it's a very wobbly neck. Which is fine, I think, especially if we have the wobble, like, have, like, the I don't know. Man, painting creatures was hard. I don't know how you guys do it. I mean, I do, because you practice, and then you learn stuff, and then you can make better choices, and that's basically art in a nutshell, is like learning how to make choices, and you can make better choices when you're actually informed. And go figure, being informed makes you make informed choices, and then you paint better. This is why, I don't know, I have this, like, maybe it's a slight mischaracterization of art, but I feel like it is almost entirely knowledge. Like, there is very little, like, physical, I mean, there is, obviously you're doing it with your hands, right? But, like, if you understand, I mean, I guess there's some muscle memory, but so much of it, like, if you really understand how shapes can be projected in perspective, and you really understand anatomy, you can technically draw anything from any angle. Like, in theory, there's no reason you can't, right? It's just a matter of understanding how all of that fits together in practice. And so, yeah, it's literally just getting better at making choices. Every little tiny choice that you make, it's like, oh, now when I pick a composition, it's going to be a slightly different composition than I would have before, because I learned something about how composition can affect the story. And now that I know what, or, you know, maybe I've learned that, you know, I need a story, or that I want a story, and then you decide on a story where maybe you didn't have one before. Anyway, I find that stuff, so yeah. To me, art is very much, it ends up just being entirely, I mean, I don't like to say it's entirely, like, knowledge, but it really, because then that makes it sound like you don't ever actually have to paint, you just learn. But it's funny, because I actually don't, like, I think most of my improvements happen between paintings. They don't actually happen when I'm painting. It's more like the painting itself just serves as proof to myself that I'm, like, I feel like my own paintings are more just an evaluation tool. where the real learning happens not painting. It happens when I'm looking something up, or I learn some fact about a thing, or I observe something somewhere, and then painting is just proving to myself that that my idea around that thing is actually correct. Because if it's not, then it's like, okay, well, clearly there's something I'm missing. I don't know. Maybe that's a slightly half-baked theory of painting, but, like, yeah, I don't know. I am thoroughly convinced that artists and scientists are people... Oh, yeah, totally agree. Yeah, we just went different directions with our hyperfixations. Yeah, I think so. I mean, even within just, like, storytelling, right? Not even talking about anatomy of, like, how things are constructed. Because obviously there's a scientific sort of, like, ooh, I'm, like, a curiosity, like, I don't know how trees work. Let me go and find out, right? But even beyond that, even just for, like, the storytelling stuff, so not anatomy, not how things work, there's a lot of, like, formulating a hypothesis and putting it to the test, right? Like, I think if I make this scene darker, it'll have this effect. Or I think my problem is this, let me test it. And then you do it, and you're like, you kind of... Like, I was talking about this in this painting a couple, like, on the first day, where, like, sometimes you don't even know the answer, and it almost doesn't matter, because it's more about, like, just having the idea and putting it to the test, and just as you follow through with your choices... I don't know if any of this is making any sense, it might be a big word salad, but, like, as you follow through with your choices, you, like, if you had a... I'm trying to think of an example. So, like, when people do distortions of perspective, right? Sometimes it's not like, this is how a real camera works. Sometimes you can just make up, like, a logic to how a thing works. Like, you might have a wrong view of how gravity works or something, but as long as everything is behaving in the same way, it ends up working. And, like, that's something, you know... I'm really bad with words today, but I feel like a lot of it is like you have an idea, maybe it's from observation, and then you put it to the test, and even if it's wrong, there's a consistency that makes it work, right? And so a lot of what makes an image work is sort of trying to have an understanding of the underlying structure of, like, why a thing works the way it does, even if you're wrong. Like, so sometimes I feel like in art, it's not about being right, whereas in science, you obviously want to know, like, the actual truth or the actual answers to things. But in art, I feel like you can kind of get away with, like, making it up as long as it sort of is consistent and it works, and then when it stops working, you know that you're actually wrong, but then you change. I don't know. I think there's a similar process, though, where you do observe something, oftentimes a pattern, and then you try to sort of put it to the test by trying it and seeing if that pattern holds in all the situations. And if not, you revise your understanding of why it is doing what it's doing. But anyway, I'm rambling. Raychiana, hello! And also Drew Holt, hello. In a meeting and I can't say hi, but I will lurk. You just did say hi. Thanks for the lurk. Okay. So, maybe... Let's see, I do feel like this would have a bigger upper section, but then that makes it funny shaped. I kind of like the weird long neck. The lighting might be funny. Word salad is my new favorite way to explain how I talk. Well, like, yeah, because sometimes I have an idea, and, like, I've thought about this before, but then I kind of bridge two concepts of, like, two thoughts I've had, and I have never figured out how to put them together in that way. But yeah, no, I do think artists think like, I mean, like, we're not necessarily doing science, right? We're not doing science when we paint, but we still need to think like a scientist. So, like, it's... I think there's who is it? Adam Grant? Is that the guy? He's like what is it? He's a psychologist, what do you call it? An organizational psychologist. So, like, for organizations of, like, you know, making, whether it's, like, you know, team stuff, people working together, or, you know, basically trying to understand how people function and applying that to like businesses and stuff, because a lot of people just have like terrible ideas on how people actually work and do things. And so anyway, I think it was him where he's like kind of categorize different ways of thinking. Like some people think like humanities science, not mint science. Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, I think it was him. But he categorized it like thinking like a lawyer, thinking like a scientist, thinking like a preacher. So a preacher, a lawyer, a scientist, and there's another type. And basically, a lot of people will like, they don't change their opinions. They sort of think they have the answer and they want to preach it, and so that's like the preacher, right? And then some people will kind of go with whatever is popular, regardless of whether they personally believe it, kind of. And that's more like the lawyer, not the lawyer, and the politician. Sorry, there's the politician. That's the one I'm describing. And then there's like the lawyer who's like kind of arguing whatever side they're given, they're going to argue the case, and it's like, and I kind of forget what I'm going with this, but he basically makes a point to like, you can think like a scientist in any domain, right? Where it's you're correcting your knowledge as you find out that things aren't right. You can make guesses, you can test those guesses, and you revise and rethink and sort of rebuild your model of the world, instead of like digging in like maybe a lawyer might, where they have their side and they're gonna argue it for dear life, or a preacher who is convinced they're right beyond all sort of, like this is the truth and they're gonna argue it. Like I think good artists do think like scientists. They very much like, I don't know anything and I'm going to just try and figure stuff out, and as I learn stuff I will update my worldview and my understanding of things. But like there's sort of this acceptance that like I know very little. And I think I would imagine most good artists probably are kind of humble in that direction of like, I don't know crap about most things. Like I'm pretty stupid around most topics, but it's that I think can make some really brilliant people. Is that like it's that admitting that you don't know anything actually ends up leading you to know quite a bit more than the people who think they know everything. Anyway, so because I do think there's this like you just constantly don't understand stuff, and if you try to draw something and you can't draw it well, it's probably because you don't understand it. Hello, people. Elfio LQ or QL. I don't know how to say your name, but hi. Anyway, more rambling. Today is a ramble day. That's what today is. We are rambling. I will say, of all the things in this painting, I like this the most. I really like the form. Well, maybe not this part, but I like this part. How we have a little bit of, color change here. We have a little bit of, like shape that's cutting behind the grass here. So we have like some grass here and sort of there's a shape that's being covered by it. I think that's really cool. And then you have this thing where there's, again, more grass up here. That's my favorite part of the painting so far, I think. So I want to introduce more stuff like this. Like up here, maybe some of these shapes. There's some grass in front of these little rocks, the way it sort of goes around things. Maybe up here there's some more grass on top of these stones. But again, maybe there's some edges here that are being cut into the, being buried a little bit by the grass, like these carved stones that just are poking out. But that's getting a little bit nitty-gritty, and I'm not quite sure I'm ready for that here. But I think the same thing can be done over here, right? Where we have, again, grass or vegetation sort of going over these forms. Maybe at one point they're like sinking or they're leaning into the ground, so you have these overlapping shapes. Ooh, this could be a shadow here. Maybe the shadow goes... No, I don't think I want tons of light. Again, I think the light's just kind of from above, because we do have these clouds. Okay, so now, back to the dragon. I'm jumping all over. When I paint, I jump all over, which I think is probably a little chaotic for some people. People like to build up a painting, I think, sort of like part by part. But I don't. I like jumping all over and sort of tackling some of the, sometimes I want to tackle like the hard parts, and then I want to like, okay, let's rest the brain a bit and just do an easy part, and so I'll jump to somewhere else. That's kind of what I'm doing in this painting. Also, because I did these on a previous day, I feel like some of this I can render already. Or at least start to figure some things out. I don't think I like that shape there. But yeah, anyway, how is everyone? Hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone's doing well. Okay, I like this brown. This warm color. Obviously it works because we have lava, and so the lava can... Also, it doesn't make sense. This lava coming out of here, it makes no sense whatsoever, so I'm going to erase that. But I do think it's okay to have a little bit of that orange still bouncing around in there. A little bit of grass in there. This one's a little dark. I think we can lighten that up. I'm just trying to make each of the forms kind of make sense, you know? That's where I'm at right now. I'm not trying to do too much detailing. And surprisingly, I think you can get away with a lot of details in environments. I think some things people try to do a little bit too much is thinking, like, instead of focusing on the shapes and forms, because a lot of times just like a simple lighting will make it feel more detailed than it actually is. And so it's just once you're just focusing on the shapes and the forms and the, overlap and the scale and atmosphere, that stuff is going to make it feel like it's detailed. Like getting this shape to be, like this, for example, is going to make it feel three-dimensional. Whereas if I did a different shape, and I wouldn't call this a detail, right? This is literally just me painting the shape in perspective. But that's going to give it an element of detail that's going to make it feel more detailed or more alive. Anyway, man, I need to start painting more stuff like your backgrounds, but with characters. Like no line art, just straight painting. I don't think anyone ever needs to do it that way. I think starting with sketches is a good skill to have. I just think I don't do it that often. I think if you can start with a general outline, I think you're gonna be better off than I am. A lot of times I think starting with blobs is fine. I don't think you have to know like everything that you're gonna add in your scene. But I think a general, like, if you can't, or I shouldn't say if you can't, but if you can do some sort of general outline or composition type thing where you're just like, maybe that you want, dragon up here, and then if you can draw the dragon and you're like, okay, here's the dragon head, here's the neck, and like I want it on a hill, and there's gonna be stuff in the background, this stuff, and doing some basic sketch I think is super useful to be able to plan things out. Obviously probably more planned out than this if you can, if you want your line art to actually figure out composition, that's fine. But I think something to where you're getting some the gist down is super useful. I don't always do that. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I do just jump straight into like, values and all that. But I think just having something, I don't know. I think the idea, like, just because I paint like the way that I do doesn't mean that it's the best, right? Like, I think especially if you're working like for someone, right? If you have a client or something, you want to be able to show a sketch, it's so nice to be able to just do some lines if lines will work. Sometimes big shapes might be quicker, but sometimes lines are going to be more quick, and it's just more effective. And so, yeah. I mean, because I'll use lines if I'm doing architecture, if I'm sketching out perspective. If I know that there's a lot of things in perspective, I will use perspective lines. I'll sketch in shapes like this, and I will absolutely use lines. Now, they won't necessarily always be perfect lines, but they're sort of, it's easier to block in form sometimes with line work than it is with two-dimensional shapes. I feel like by starting with a sketch, I reduce the stuff that I have to think about. Yeah, I mean, I think that's true for sure. But I mean, it can also be true for composition, right? I mean, I think what you start with, for me, tends to be the things that are most important. So if I start with lighting, for example, with light and dark, just as like a lighting map, kind of, typically my lighting will be important. Am I shining a spotlight on the main subject? Where's the eye? Where's the focal point? Like, what are we looking at compositionally? Like, if I'm gonna start with black and white, there's a good chance that my focus is on the lighting. Whereas if I'm starting with lines, there's a good chance my focus is on construction and design, right? Whereas maybe if I start with lines, I'll forget about thinking about light and shadow, and then maybe that'll come and bite me in the butt later. But that's fine, because maybe I thought about design, and if I don't think about design now, then I think about it later, and that might bite me in the butt because I started with lighting and not design, and then I have to rework stuff, right? Like, for example, with this thing, because I don't know what the heck what my story is, and I don't know the design of this dragon, if I decide, as I was pointing out earlier, if I decided that this dragon was going to be like a fire tail dragon, and it's going to have, lava dripping from its tail, I don't think I would have designed my painting with this composition, right? I wouldn't have had the main focus of the dragon be back here. I might have wanted to turn the dragon around and show that its tail is like, causing a problem to the environment, right? Like, this composition doesn't suit this design. So sometimes you need to know the design of like what the thing is and how it's constructed so that you can actually plan accordingly. Sometimes it doesn't matter, and I think in theory you would know enough of it so that you could make an informed decision on how to start, right? Because you're going to have to build up from somewhere. So sometimes that starting point is, you have a fire-breathing dragon, or you have a dragon that can, rake its tail across the environment, causing big, like, what do you call it? Like trenches or something filled with lava. Like, if you knew that was the type of thing you were painting, you could then probably jump straight into composition because you already have the theme. But if you don't know what you're painting, like, that's where I am, right? I didn't know what I was painting, so I just jumped in, and now I'm piecemealing it together. It's not ideal, but it works. So I don't think there's like one right way to do it. I think in theory, getting good at all of it is ideal, and then you can sort of move fluidly between them. And I try a little bit of that. Like, sometimes I'll have, for example, let's say I'm painting something like this, and let's say I know this is going to be a building. Well, I might stop at this stage and very quickly do some basic construction. I'll be like, okay, well, what if this thing is like this, and this roof goes like that, and under here we have, a shape where we can see the bottoms of these pillars, and maybe, you know, maybe this one has that too, and so we can see little shapes. And so like maybe I'm you know, maybe I start sketching some things out. You know, maybe I want something like that, you know, and like, oh, well, okay, here's how these forms are going to be, and maybe there's going to be a platform coming off of here. And then, you know, we're looking up at it. This is a very weird angle. You know, but maybe we do something like this, and then from here I can start, you know, going back to my forms, like okay, well, now I know this is the wall, so maybe this is going to be in shadow a little bit more, or maybe I know the lighting's going to come down from this way, so I put a little bit of shade under here and under here. But like that kind of thing, and then maybe I'll go back into big shapes, right? And then I can be like, okay, let's clean up this shape to make it fit better. And then maybe I'll mirror this shape, not mirror, but I'll use this shape over here, right? And this one's just going to be a silhouette because it's far enough away. I don't need tons of form. Also, we can just rotate. Here, actually, we'll do this. That way it's not so extreme. But, like, so sometimes I think it's good to be able to move between, like, oh, I'm going to do some lines now, and I'm going to do some shape design, you know. Maybe I know I want a big old tree up here, so I'm going to, like, you know, shape out the roots of this tree, go like that. You know, something like that, where I don't really need the lines specifically because I know, and maybe I do. Maybe I stop here and I say, okay, let's figure out the lines. But lines are hard to do for trees because I oftentimes want, like, big branches and stuff, right? And that's hard to paint, like, every leaf and every branch. So I like to do blobs. And so maybe for a tree, I do the blobs. But then for the rocks in the ground that are going to help frame the scene, maybe I want to do lines because they're more composition, you know, they're leading the eye in a direction. You know, maybe I want, like, a path in here and I'll do a shape, but I draw the shape with a line before I add values, right? So I think being able to, like, seamlessly move between different kinds of different ways of, like, different methods, right, or different processes, because I think different subject matters are gonna lend themselves to different things, right? And then maybe here, maybe I even goofed up and I should have put some lighting in first, you know. And so this is where, you know, lines aren't gonna do a lot of that. But then once I have this stage, maybe I go back and I'm like, okay, now I can focus on lines a bit more, and now I can start really figuring out the design of this if I want. Or maybe I'm not quite ready, you know? You know, maybe a little dormer window in here. Right? Anyway, my point is, like, I think it's good to be able to paint all of, you know, it's good to be able to work fluidly, because different subjects are just, like, if you're going to paint clouds, do you want to, you know, do you need to use lines, or is it more as a graphical element to, like, you know, to guide the eye? Like, if it's purely graphical, like, maybe shapes would work, you know? Like, do you really need hard edges? Like, because the nice thing about big shapes is that, like, the interiors get lost, right? Kind of same with, like, a portrait, right? Sometimes it's hard to paint a portrait because obviously this isn't how a person looks, but sometimes it's hard because, like, the important thing is, like, the roundedness of the face, right? So if you're just doing, let's see if I can do, right? So if you're doing, like, some sort of face or something, like, there's a lot of stuff that is rounded, and you actually end up getting, you know, these rounded shapes, and it's hard until you start adding in that lighting and those shadows. I don't really know how to draw, right? Until you start adding in the planes of the head, and you start getting those shapes in. Sometimes it's hard to, like, it, you know, a face isn't just those landmarks, they have form. And so if you're doing a face, you might want to block in some simple form right at the start. But depending on what you're doing, maybe you don't, right? Maybe if all you're painting is an ear, then you just start drawing the shape of the ear, right? Maybe you don't need to do the form, right? Because maybe the lines will work. Like, it kind of just depends. And that's how I am with some things. Like, for trees and really organic stuff, I don't think I need to typically know every contour of the tree right away. I can typically do pretty shapy stuff. But if I'm doing something like architecture, the lines help me. They help me plan the perspective. They help me plan the design of the building. There's oftentimes, like, a function to it, which can be useful to, like, figure it out early. You know, trees are trees. The function doesn't typically change majorly in paintings. You know, sometimes you have foreground stuff that is more important. Sometimes you have just graphical background stuff. And sometimes I will use, you know, lines for the trees, especially if, like, showing contour to, like, you know, sketch some really quick lines in to sort of show the perspective of stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. I find that being able to work in many ways is good. More the merrier. And that kind of goes back to my rant earlier, or my word salad earlier, with, you know, just the more you know, the more tools you have to make choices based on that knowledge. That's how I think about it. Learn more stuff, make more informed decisions. Okay, so now bring in this orange in a little bit. Now. Okay, we have some weird oddities around here. I feel like everything kind of looks the same. All right, I'll go expand my pool of knowledge. Goodbye. All right, see ya, Elle. Thanks for being here. I mean, you don't have to leave for it, but yeah, no, good luck. Thanks for popping in. That's true, but you really like the painterly style? Yeah. I mean, I think in terms of the end result of a painting, right? I don't think that matters. I think you can start painterly and end up with a very, you know, like, I mean, sometimes I'll do my graphical layout and then I'll do lines on top, right? So you can have stuff that looks like line art that you actually did after you started with just painting. And so, like, again, even then, just because you have, like, an anime style finish to your painting doesn't mean you started with line art. Like, you might have still started graphically to plan out composition, and then you might have done, like, a color pass to figure out your color and mood, and then you go back over. I mean, this is really common with traditional, where some people will do, like, a watercolor wash to, like, you know, vague sky color, vague ground color, and then they'll go in with, like, a fine liner or some sort of ink pen, and they'll just draw on top of the thing, like right over the blue. I mean, I remember doing this. This was one of my first experiences with watercolor as a kid. We had, like, a teacher come into our class who was, like, an art teacher, but for very little kids. I don't know if she was actually an artist or anything, but I mean, she obviously was an artist in the sense that she was teaching us, but, you know, I don't know, like, her credentials or anything. But anyway, I remember very early, the first thing we ever learned was basically we had our white paper, so let's make it white. You know, every kid got a white piece of like thick watercolor paper, and then we got our watercolors, and we were instructed to basically put blue in the sky, you know, very lightly, like a wash. And, you know, the way watercolor does, sometimes it'll be a little bit more saturated, sometimes it'll be a little softer, so it might look kind of like this. Maybe I'll do, like, a blending brush here just to, you know, you might get a patch that looks kind of like this. And then they told you to put some green down, you know, so maybe every kid grabbed this bright green and it kind of looked like this. And then they said to, you know, put some green just somewhere in the sky and just put a big blob. And some kids would put the green blob. And then they basically said, okay, well, now we're going to let it dry. And then after we let it dry, they said, go around it and trace around your green blob with your ink pen. And we all ended up with basically a tree and a landscape. And, you know, we all went like this and we made the trunk or whatever. I don't know how kids make tree trunks. Probably like this, right? And then we made, like, I think we did the same for this. I don't know if we made them fluid or not. But then we added little, like, leaves here and little things. And every kid made a painting out of watercolor, but their end painting had lines, right? And I think a lot of us had, like, some white space left over, and that ended up being the clouds. And so, like, when we outlined it, it kind of looked like we intended for it to be that way, but really we did it backwards to, like, we just kind of traced the shapes that were there from the ink blobs, kind of, you know, like a Rorschach test type thing, where you just look at the ink blobs and then we outline them, and it made it look like it was intentional. But it was, like, a really cool method, and I think that's kind of what I do sometimes, where even if I end up having some lines in my work, which isn't common, or just because you see lines doesn't mean the artist started with lines. And so I think the style doesn't, I mean, the process can and absolutely does affect style, but it's not always as clear cut as that, I think. Also, I feel like I want some white in here. Some white space. What if I add a glow dodge? I think this is going to be awful, but let's just try. Ooh, yeah, that's awful. What about an airbrush? Woof, that's too bright. But actually, that's not bad. That actually is kinda groovy. Kinda groovy. Glow dodge. Who knew? Who knew it was so great? Other than the person that talks about it all the time. It's funny. If one would argue for style, one would probably say that the process is what influence. I mean, it is. It is. No, process is I mean, style to me is the output, right? It's the output of everything. It's the output of process, your tools, your choices along the way. But depending on what you, but like, it's also your knowledge of perspective. You know, if you constantly draw something wonky because you don't know how to draw it in perspective, that's going to make its way into your style, where you just have, like, this wonkiness to it, right? Style is just, to me, a combination of everything. It's literally just the trends, the patterns, the consistencies, whether it's the good, the bad, it's everything, right? It's your choices, your tools, your medium, everything. And it's just the patterns that kind of emerge. So yeah, I mean, but sometimes you still have a look that you want to, like, angle towards. And because there's no, like, one right way of working, if you compare two different artists whose style looks similar, it doesn't mean that their process was the same, right? Like, process still leads to the outcome, but just by looking at the end, you don't know, like, just because you taste a soup, doesn't mean you know what order they put the ingredients in. Like, you might be able to say, oh, this soup has carrots, peas, and tomatoes, but you don't necessarily know which order they did which. Like, in an art, it's even less, sometimes it's even less important. Sometimes it is important, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, if somebody has, like, super strong, you know, lighting, and that is the main subject of their painting, there's a pretty good chance they started with lighting, because it tends to be that artists who focus on something first, they can build their whole painting around it, right? But not always, you know, like, it's not a sure thing. So I think that's important to realize. So yeah, I'm definitely not advocating that, like, just because, yeah, I don't know. Styles is a weird thing. It's not even a thing that I think, like, I don't really think about it. Like, I think most people who have, like, I'm not saying I have a strong style at all, but I think most people who have strong styles don't really think about style that much. Like, there probably is a point where they do, and some people absolutely do, especially if they're doing like professional work. Maybe it's children's books, maybe it's some other thing where like you are trying to, you know, maybe you're targeting a specific audience, or maybe you're trying to make a, you know, figure, or like if you're figuring out how to paint something that meshes with the rest of your work, and so you're actively trying to like explore shape language and you know, different mark making techniques to like make things mesh. Like, but that to me isn't so much like, that's also something you do even when you're not thinking about style. That's just called experimenting, and that happens whether you're actively trying to find a new style or not. Like, I think I think there is a point though where maybe you're established as an artist and you're already doing a thing, and like experimenting for you is purely functional, is like, I need to change my style. I'm going to explore new things. But I think for the most people, that's just like how you learn, is you explore and you do a lot of experimenting. And then maybe some people get set in their ways and they stop doing it. That's my theory. And so to them, they'll be like, yeah, I practice style. It's like, yeah, but kind of not. I don't know. I think its style's overrated. That's my hot take. It's very much, you know, cart before the horse vibes. It's like, I'm gonna focus on the thing, but not the thing that's getting me there, you know? Okay, I like that color dodge choice, if I do say so myself. Just, you know, some patting myself on the back. Especially when it comes to representing reality. Yeah. I mean, I guess I'm definitely talking as a like a narrative artist, illustration, even concept art, where you have these goals of communicating something, and then how you communicate it. Like, most people start by just trying to learn the basics of communication. But as you do that, you also play around with different tools and processes and ways of working, and then you figure out what works best. And like, that stuff for you is going to influence the look, but you're not really focused on the look. You're more focused on learning how to communicate. And you just happen to find techniques that work well for you to communicate in a way you want, based on what you're painting, how you're painting it, right? Who you're painting it for. Like, all these questions matter. And then like in the end, you found something that works. And that's like your style. I don't know. At some point, I need to make. I want to make, just for fun, like a not a bad art bingo card, but like an art misconception bingo card, or like a something for like so I want to make a 2026 bingo card of art things that people say or do that feel to me like I don't know, just like funny things. Maybe not necessarily bad, but just, you know, it might be like, what brushes do you use? Again, nothing wrong with brushes. Brushes are great. I like to know what people's brushes are. Or one that is common, where I see this a lot online, where somebody will ask genuine art advice, and someone will dismiss them completely and say, oh, art's all subjective anyway. Like, you know, don't stress about it. Your art looks good to me. It's like, no, that's not helpful. Like, they're trying to learn, and you can't just dismiss them as, oh, you don't need to get better. Your art looks good. You know, stop worrying about improvement, because, you know, like, no, that's, you get better by caring about that stuff. Like, that's how you learn to make choices, is by figuring out what kinds of things aren't working and how you can improve those things. Like, it's the choices, and you have to learn how to, you know, anyway. So to me, that's one that would appear on that list, because it seems to pop up from time to time, and I think it's funny and also annoying. But yeah, at some point I want to make this just for fun. And I feel like style would go in there, sort of the classic, you know, like, how do you, you know, oh, I want to, like, how do I change my style kind of thing. I don't know. Like, those questions are humorous to me a little bit, but not in a bad way. Like, I think everybody has those concerns. I certainly have. It's, you know, so I don't want to make light of like beginners in doing this, in making my bingo card, but I do feel like it's more like misconceptions or things that people think as true but aren't necessarily true, and it can be a nice reminder that, like, this is not a fact. It's more of a choice kind of thing. Or maybe even things like, you know, the idea of painting what's in your head being like, you know, like not having it exactly like it is in your head, because go figure, your head is a different like medium than a 2D visual representation of a thing, right? Like, that's not how you see images in your head. And so of course it's never going to be quite the same, because it'd be like, I don't know, gosh, I'm going to go on a rant here. But like, I've been reading a lot lately, and I'm reading some books where there's a lot of inner dialogue in the characters, and I think that's awesome, because I think that's what books do exceptionally well, is when they can think to you, right? And you can hear their thought process without them having to talk. And so you could be in like a quiet library, and you could have a character thinking about everything they're saying. That's really hard to do in like a visual medium, right? How do you express a character's inner thoughts, right? And there's not always a nice, clean way like there is in writing. In writing, it's super straightforward, right? You just write what the character's thinking. In art, it's a very different, because it's a different medium, and you have different strengths and weaknesses. And same as in your head, right? When you can have all this history and knowledge and backstory and context, and then you might look at an image in your head and know what it's about, but only because you have all that context. In a single image, you don't always get that context, and so it's different. And so, yeah, so seeing something in your head's not the same as putting it on the page, and that bugs me a little bit, maybe a little bit, when it's like sort of praised as the gold standard, as like that is, I don't know. I mean, I think it's easy to, like, once you see the thing, to kind of convince yourself that, oh, that's what I had in my head. But like, it went through a major filter, right? So anyway, that's another one that would probably go on that bingo list. I don't know, stuff like that. Maybe I won't do it. I don't know. I've been toying with the idea though, because I think it would be fun. I think those sort of art misconceptions or art concepts that I feel like are slightly incomplete, maybe not a misconception entirely, but just like incomplete ways of thinking about things. I think, well, maybe not on the same topic, but maybe like color theory could be another one. Probably not. I don't know. There's a lot of things where I feel like there's sort of these simplistic views of a thing that aren't doing anyone any favors for holding those simplistic views. But because maybe you're a beginner, or you've just, you know, just haven't experienced something, there's sort of this, I mean, I think we all do this, right? For everything. Like, that's how we all start. Or even not start. Like, we always have ideas. And part of it, so much of art feels like it's reworking these ideas, right? We have an idea on how something is or how it works, and then you learn something and you're like, oh wait, that's not how that is. Yeah. Giant billowing clouds. I don't really have like a consistent lighting in this, but I do think it's kind of neat. Okay, this shape needs some help. That shape, problematic. Not really problematic, but it needs help. It doesn't have this nice design here. It's kind of sticking up in a weird way. Do I want to put something else here? We could maybe do like some rock structures. Here, let's try that. Let's make a new layer. Some rocky structures. Just trying to mirror that shape design or that visual language or whatever you want to call it. Basically just mirroring the shapes that we already have. So that we add that repetition. Okay, now, do we want greenery up here, though? Do we want greenery on all of the tops? I mean, we could. We could also do, like, a little bit of a thingy like this. And then we could show the green, the grass kind of growing on the inside. And by green, I mean actually purple, but green enough. We might end up making it green, I don't know. Do we want that, though? Maybe not. I don't think so. See, this to me, we were talking about sketching earlier. This to me is my sketching, where, like, I'm now trying to figure out design. And, like, where, you know, do I put the greenery on top, or how do I layer these things? And I'm kind of doing some, yeah, I'm sketching with some lines. Like, maybe there's a platform down here that juts out, or juts out? Juts out, that's the word. Sort of carved in there. And then maybe on here, this is where we have a little bit of greenery, some moss and stuff. This could be a little bit more warm, and this one can be a bit more cool. Because I don't think we want different values here, right? Pretty much the same value, but this one can be a little bit of a warmer value because it's facing the lava, right? So we have that lava hitting that. That's at least my logic here. This is a big old rock. Can be kind of intersecting. But I like this. I like these sort of harsh edges here. I think they're kind of neat. In fact, I might even want it to go down further. Something like that. I feel like it's just a neat shape to kind of show that angle here. I don't know. I think that's neat. I've always liked stuff like that when you show like a cube intersecting into a sphere and you get these neat edges. Like this edge and this edge sort of combining. That's something that I actually am not great at, and I need a lot more practice at it. But I have always enjoyed sort of having shapes come together like that. Because it's not often that you get a paint... I mean, maybe it is pretty often. But being able to paint like geometric shapes in a naturalistic environment, so you do have to combine those different forms. Okay, but now it feels weird. Ah, we're getting a raid! Why that Art Jack? How's it going, Art Jack? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? How are you? We'll put the cat right there. How's it going, Art Jack? Sup, dude? Sup? Sup? What's up with you? How went your stream? I was gonna say how goes your stream. How went your stream? Yeah, we are doing day 3 of this painting. I'm reworking it for the 3rd time. So, for those who just are coming in, hi, my name's Joe. I paint stuff, mostly environments. And right now, let me just turn these off. Right now, we are doing a lot of rework. So I started with this. So this is what I did the first day. And then the second day, I reworked it to this, expanded out. But then I still didn't like the shapes. It was too disjointed. We had some pillar things, some big rock structures, some like old ruins. And so then today I am reworking it. I extended it upward to add a dragon up top. And now I'm working on that. And this is where we are now. Oh, there. So something like that. We're doing a lot of reconfiguring of this painting, or refiguring it out. Funny enough, I kind of liked... Where did that fog layer go? Right here. I made this much brighter. Man, I don't know how you can come back to and rework the same painting 3 days in a row. Well, in my head, it's a what do you call it? In my head, it's not really reworking it. It's just having a terrible process of piecemealing a painting together, not knowing what I'm gonna paint. And so I paint on something, and then I say, you know what would be cool if it wasn't the way that I painted it. And then I'm like, okay, let's take that direction. And then as I'm working on that new direction, I'm like, you know what? This other thing would be really cool. Wouldn't that be even neater? And then I do that. And so each time, sometimes I work this way like off stream as well, but I don't take 4 hours before I figure out the new direction. I'll paint on something for like 30 minutes. So let me try to walk through. Also, do you want to share what you were working on? I'd love to see it. I'd love to see what you were doing today. Hope you're doing well, by the way, and I hope everyone's doing well. But so the way that like I think of coming up with like a fun idea, this to me is all like my pre-idea kind of. And so let's say you want to paint, I don't know, let's say you want to paint like a wolf, okay? You're like, oh, here's a wolf. Okay, well, what kind of wolf? Well, I don't know. But maybe you want this wolf to have like, you know, maybe it's fantasy, and so you like a person who can tame wolves, and, you know, they control a wolf army. So suddenly you start painting not just one wolf, but 5 wolves and a character. And you're like, great. Okay, well, who is this character, right? And so now you're like, okay, well, maybe they're a wolf tamer, so maybe they have like a claw mark across their face, and maybe they're, you know, because maybe they got scratched before, right? And so now you start doing character design. You're like, okay, well, why are they controlling a wolf? Are they laying siege to a city? And suddenly you have like, your painting starts developing. But like, that initial composition you picked for your wolf painting probably isn't going to satisfy a wolf army being controlled to attack a city or something. Like, how is, right? So each time you kind of build on this new story, the ideal painting for it is going to sort of change, and the composition is going to change. And so you have to constantly like redo your sketches as you build up your idea. That's kind of how I am doing this, where like each time I build on the idea, it you know, it went from mountain with lava to ruins with dragon, right? And that's like, they each kind of demand their own painting. And so, yeah, I do have to rework some stuff. Usually end up restarting from scratch at that point. Yeah. I mean, I think in theory, that's probably the best thing to do. But I'm just winging it. Ooh. I like this. Look at this. This is cool. I love the colors, the neon, very cyberpunk. Look at this. Look. This is that Art Jack's art. Love the neon. The blues and the purples and the pinks. Love these colors. This is so cool. Also, that... I like the design. I like all the glowing claws and the spikies, or the patterns on them. And also the lightning. Everything fits together. It's cool. Getting the atmosphere perspective right was a chore. For some reason, my brushes were fighting me today. Ooh. Like, did you find that it was doing it, like, too heavy-handed? I noticed sometimes one of my brushes, it's like one of my airbrushes, for some reason, it lays it down, like, well, not that. That was on Glow Dodge. Sometimes it'll lay down the basic brush, like, really heavy-handed. And so, like, I'll try to put, like, a really light layer. And instead of going light like this, it'll just be, like, kind of like that. And I'm like, oh, that's too much. And so it's hard to get everything, you know... Like, I want, like, a little bit, but I'll go too heavy. One of my airbrushes, I have two for some reason, and one of them just doesn't behave. And I don't know why I still use it. I need to just delete it. But, it's there. But yeah, I love that. I love what you're working on. Yeah, it's weird. Some days I can handle really strong brushes just fine, then the next day it feels like painting with a bowling ball. Yeah, I agree. I wonder if that's, like, if there's a tablet issue, like... I suspect that my tablet, some days it's a little more, or maybe it's my pen, something's a little more finicky. I mean, I don't have, like, it's not a problem for me in the sense that, like, I don't think it affects my art, but there are some days where it doesn't quite feel the exact same as the day before, and it's like, it takes some re-getting used to. I suspect brain bugs. It could be a brain thing. I don't know. I don't like blaming my tools for stuff, so it's probably best just to blame the brain. But there are some days where I do think, and I know this for a fact actually to some degree, that my computer, because it struggles. It's an old computer. It's ancient actually, and so there are some days if it's like lagging, I don't know what it is, but it's like certain things are just less responsive some days because it's not just lag, but it's like it'll take a moment to process my input, and so because of that it'll go like, you know, more bold or more light than other days. So it can be a little finicky. But yeah, I don't like blaming tools. It's one of my pet peeves of, like, trying to get better at skills, is blaming the things that are not in your control. Like, that's such an easy thing to do. So I do like just being like, it's probably me. Probably a skill issue. Hope everyone's doing good. Just Fiction, I am doing well. A little rambly today. A little more rambly than normal, maybe. Trying to figure out how I want to paint this dragon. And what I'm doing with all this stuff. Hey Chrissy, how's it going? Speaking of another awesome artist, Chrissy Carson, how are you? We have a new edition. Yeah, I keep on changing it, and I've changed the aspect ratio 3 times. Which I don't mind. Here, let's see if I can... I'm just going to merge visible. So yeah, I've changed the aspect ratio from this was first one, the second one, and now third one. Which, funny enough, when I go from this to this, I actually like... Maybe I like the gray a little bit? I don't know. Maybe I went a little too heavy on this with the Glow Dodge. That did... Maybe... Oh gosh. Maybe a little bit lighter. I think I need to reset my brain. Hey, yeah, same. I just read the wildest headline right as I popped into the stream. Oh no. Wait, I think I need to reset my brain. Was that the headline? Because that's a good stream title. I need to reset my brain. some days just call for a good old brain reset. But yeah, anyway, hope you're doing well. Okay, I think adding more of this gray back here, I think I went too heavy-handed on the glow dodge. As much as I like this light up here. Ooh, I misread the headline. Now I'm curious. What are you reading? Okay. So do we want to do the classic... Hold on, let me try. So there's this saying, I learned it from chess. It's in regards to like calculating a position where like sometimes you have to like, you know, not math your way through, but you're basically, you know, following a line of thought. You know, what if I do this and then they're forced to do this and then I can do this in response and then they do that thing and then that, right? There's this sort of saying by one of my favorite like chess educators. But basically, like, what if you do it anyway? Like, sometimes you discount something, like, you have an idea, and then you sort of follow it through a few moves, and it seems like it's kind of bad. And this idea that, like, what if you do it anyway, and what happens beyond that? Like, go one step further. Or also just, like, just try it sometimes. Like, Heal the World on YouTube asks, hey, what other platform or streaming to? I am streaming to Twitch. So Twitch is my main platform. I also stream to YouTube, but Twitch is the main one. So twitch.tv/jstiller30. I think it's in the description. I don't know if, I think YouTube has a description while I'm live. I don't actually know. I mostly stream to YouTube for VODs, so that I have a place to record them. You know, the recordings will go to when I'm done. But yeah, Twitch is my main platform. But welcome in on YouTube. It's always nice to see new people pop in. I'm always curious, like, how YouTube works, in the sense that, like, how does it serve up my stream to other people? I never really know. I never really know how people find me. But yeah, we're just painting. Okay, your brain is reset. Chrissy Carson says, I thought it said California woman gives birth to Waymo self-driving taxi. Gives birth to. Probably in, right? Gives birth in. I see. That's funny. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna try to gray up some of the sky again. I made it a little bit bright. Ah, okay, you were wondering, says Heal the World. Yeah, it can be confusing. I used to have it so I would put one of the chats on screen so that other people could read them, but I know that can make some people especially, like, it can make some people uncomfortable and they don't want to chat when everything they say is, like, put up on the screen permanently. So I've been trying to not do that. But it also can make for a slightly weird, just disjointed stream experience, so I don't know. But anyway, let's keep painting. I'm trying to figure out, the what if I do it anything was in regards to, what if I put in, oh, hold on, very loud song. Let's skip forward. Okay, sorry. But yeah, like, what if I put in, like, a big backdrop anyway? You know, what if I put some spires back here? Something to just fill up the gap, like, because right now it's very bright, right? That's one thing that I didn't have when the scene was cropped like this, right? When it was cropped like this and there wasn't a dragon, we didn't have that problem. Like, the mood of the scene was very clearly, you know, fire or lava and rocks, right? Like, there's very little sky in it. But now that I've extended it, half the scene is sky, which makes for a really awkward, like, composition. It kind of changes the mood. And so now I'm kind of trying to, like, bring up some of that ground plane. Like, what if I add more hills back here? What if I change the sort of depth of field and make these things stick into the scene more? I don't think I want to do that, but basically I'm just trying to take out some of this sky color the best I can, because it can get a little overwhelming. That's always, whenever you change something, right? You always, like, something will be lost, something will be gained. Like, there's always going to be, like, it'll always have consequences, which is why working in this piecemeal way is not ideal. Like, extend the canvas, build it up, like, add things or delete things at random points in time, right? Like, that's not ideal, but unfortunately, it is the way I'm working today, so we have to try and foresee all those problems. Okay, and also probably figuring out how to draw a dragon. I don't know how to draw dragons. Dragons are difficult. What about a beard? Do dragons have beards? I don't know. What if I zoom out? Try to think of it purely as composition. We could put some smaller shapes back here. Yeah, sure. Dragons have beards. I don't know. I think it's a fun process, says Just Fiction, discovering the pieces you work on it. It's like creating a story in real... Yeah, I mean, it's fun, but I think there is a point where once you more or less know what your story is, I think if you really want the best outcome, you want to restart and, like, replan from the beginning, kind of. Because some things just aren't compatible, right? Like, maybe not compatible, but I just think there's oftentimes, like, when people talk about pushing a design, I think typically you just don't end up with a very pushed idea, right? And by pushed, I mean, like, you know, imagine you want to paint a giant, right? If you want to make them maximally giant, right, maximally large, and you want to make it as big as you can possibly make it, you probably are going to want some version of, like, a skewed perspective, right? Some type of 3-point perspective, looking up at the scene, right? Like, because that's going to make them feel just a little bit bigger, right? Probably. It's not always true, but there's probably some type of thing that you want to do. But if that's not, you know, if you started painting a scene just, you know, like this, and you're like, I'm just going to add a big giant, it might not feel like it's about the giant, right? It might still look like a giant in my painting, but it might not feel like this is what the scene is about, right? It might just feel kind of cobbled together. And so sometimes starting over with the main goal in mind, now that you know what your goal is going to be better, right? You can just push the painting a little further. And that's something that I feel like, I mean, that's something that I think is probably one of the toughest parts about art. Oh, thank you. Heal the World on YouTube. I appreciate it. You said subbed, will continue watching on Twitch. Oh, yeah, I mean, either place works. I'm happy to, you know, relate. If you say stuff, I always try to, like, respond with who is chatting. Just Fiction says, yeah, I mean, if this is for something, I get restarting it, replanning, but occasionally for yourself, it's a relaxing process. That's true, but sometimes you still feel like you didn't do the idea justice, right? Because, like, well, you probably didn't, right? But it's a good way to get to the idea. And that's why not always, but I oftentimes will talk about, so, like, here, I'll give a recap of what I typically do on stream. I don't normally work on one painting for a long time. Let me just go into my save files. Let's click on something like, I don't know, this. So normally what I do is I just do a whole bunch of little quick sketches, right? And then I pick one of them. So maybe the trees, or maybe I pick this one. And then I think this particular day I did pick this one. Just, again, rocks. We paint more rocks. And then I worked on it and it turned into this. So this was what I did for that day, and I stopped there. I like to think of this as the pre, like, this is the idea sketch. This is not the real sketch. And the reason I say that is because, like, I think if I were to say to myself, you know, I want to paint a, you know, these old, you know, ruins or this old, like, rock structure with these, like, bloody handprints on it. Maybe, you know, we don't really know why, but maybe, you know, people were trying to get into this place and the door was ripped off. Like, I don't exactly know what the idea is, but let's just say I had the idea and I wanted to repaint it. This might not be the way that I would want to show it. Like, it's, I got to this place, right? It didn't start with the idea of having these handprints, right? And so I like this process for getting to that stage, but I think there is a point where I should restart now that but again, I love the process for figuring out what I want to paint, right? This got me to the idea. In some ways, I almost think of, like, if I was commissioning myself, this is the work that I would do before I issue the commission, right? I would really try to flesh out what it is I actually want, right? And then I say, okay, now that I know what I want, let me give myself the task of making that thing, right? But this is how I got to that. This is like writing, right? To me, this is the, you know, it's no different than, like, if I were to sit down and start writing a story and my first draft, maybe, and this gets me to the stage where, like, now I know what I want to make it art of, you know? Now I can go and make art of that story. This is the thing. And so, yeah, that's kind of... This is called the blue sky. Yeah, very blue sky phase. I mean, it kind of depends on... Yeah, it's definitely not my method. It also... I don't know. I tend to think of blue sky phase as, like, for a bigger project, though, where, like, maybe you're planning... Like, you may not even know... Yeah, you might be planning the story a bit. You might also be doing, like developing the visuals in terms of, like literal, like, the medium you're using and what style, and some... I mean, I think it changes from project to project. I don't know I think different studios and different places will call the blue sky phase something different. Like, I think it kind of depends. You know, some people do more of that in writing and they have a pretty clear vision of the route they want to go. So I think it just kind of changes on how you work. Like, I know Magic the Gathering, there's actually a really cool podcast for Mark Rosewater, who's, like, one of the lead designers for Magic the Gathering. He has a podcast called Drive to Work, where he talks about various aspects of making Magic. And he's kind of described where, like, you know, when they started out, they tried to keep, like, the phases very separate, like, go from here to here to here. But they found out that because you have, like, all these different parts that are all interconnected, the best way to work tends to be a little bit more fluid, where, like, you still have goals at various stages, but you also cross-communicate between, like, the writers and the artists, or the writers and the game designers, right? The artists typically come last, because that's, like, a money intensive, and so you typically don't want to have to recommission artists because, you know, so... But typically, like, the writers will try to figure out, you know, like, if you just start with mechanics, it can feel very stiff, and then they're trying to, like, shoehorn lore into the mechanics. But if you just start out with writing, it might not work very well mechanically, and then it feels kind of slopped together. And so, like, if you just do one first or the other, it can feel kind of bad. And so typically there's, like, some interplay between them, which I think is really cool, because that's very similar to, like, how I work, you know? I like figuring out the idea along with... Well, illustrators? Well, they're probably concept artists. Yeah, there is concept artists. Yeah, there's concept artists in Magic the Gathering. Yep. One of my favorite artists, actually, whenever people ask me, like, favorite artist questions, which I don't like, but I always answer. Like, one of my like, the artist who has the job that I would like is Sam Burley, and he's a concept artist for Wizard of the Coast. So he doesn't necessarily make cards. He used to, and he probably still does occasionally. but mostly he just works, I believe, in-house. I don't know if he still works there, but he worked in-house at Wizards of the Coast doing concept art. So like the visual development of the sets. So if you're going to visit Ravnica, he'll, you know, he might do some of the style guide stuff, and he'll figure out basically what is the world looking like so that he can send it off to the artists so that they know what they're so it's a lot of that kind of thing. So yeah, there's definitely concept artists in Magic the Gathering. And yeah, they'll work with like the writers and the designers, and like they're all working together. I know in there was, gosh, what's the set called? There was a Magic the Gathering set that took place underground. The Lost Caverns of Ixalan, I think. Maybe? Was it of Ixalan? I don't know. The Lost Caverns of something. I think it was Ixalan. But anyway, that set took place basically underground. And they had a lot of design challenges. Like, it's easy to say, oh, this is a world that exists underground, and think of like, you know, Hollow Earth theory type thing, right? That kind of thing where like you have this big underground cavern that is basically an entire world. You have, you know, cities underground, and you can see vast distances, but the sky is not sky, it's ground, right? There's sparkly minerals, but like, what does that look like, right? What does it look like to see miles and miles underground? Like, how, you know, what does the light sources look like? How do you actually show that and also make it feel underground, right? How do you look out a vast landscape and communicate to the viewer that it's not just night, but it's underground? That's a hard task when you're dealing with distances that long, right? They literally like busted out, you know, 3D models, started doing math, figuring out like how the lighting works, and how to communicate this visually. And so it's easy to say like, oh, we have this idea, but then you need to like figure out what that looks like. And as you start figuring out these problems, you might start thinking of more ideas for this world that maybe the writers didn't think of, or the mechanic people didn't think of, because, you know, now you need ways to see in the dark, and we need spells to do that, you know, like, it's kind of this give and take, and it's just a really cool process. And then you go and commission the art, right? But like, that's all in this like pre-production phase, which I think is really cool. And so that's kind of what I think of this as. This is like the art before the art. It's me figuring out what I want to paint. A little bit, anyway. Okay. We've got it. So this is one of my references, by the way. A cat leaping. We actually have another reference that I think I'm using more of, which is this one. But it started with this. This was my initial reference of like, I want the animal to like, or this dragon to kind of be lurching down, which I still don't quite know how to draw a dragon. And then I thought, okay, well, maybe we need some bird references because they have wings. So this one's a little more close. Should probably work a little bit more on the dragon. But yeah, no, I definitely don't want to take credit for a messy, chaotic method. Although, again, I don't think it's ideal for all stages. Yeah, definitely not my idea. Okay, I'm just gonna sketch in some contour type stuff, like some lighter shapes up top. And kind of like, if you see around the bird, see how those feathers are like, they actually make nice contours? I'm gonna kind of do that. Not actually not make feathers, but just like add some markings that kind of help my brain understand the shape a little bit. And same under here, add some markings that help my brain understand that we're looking underneath it. Now I gotta find some dragon. I don't know what dragons look like. I do have a few dragons here for references. I'm not gonna copy them exactly, but I don't want this. This is too soft and smushy. Soft and mushy dragon. Actually, hold on. Let's go back to this. Maybe like that. Little, like one of those birds with little plumes on its heads. Maybe little bits of plumage. Maybe not plumage. Maybe it's spikes. I don't know. Spikes or plumes. Like a harpy eagle? Yeah, something like that. Some sort of definitely bird, predator bird. Like it's gonna swoop down and snatch something from the ground. I think we'll go like that though. Actually, this could be softer. More atmosphere here. Does that work? I don't know. So I'm trying to distinguish between the top of the thing up here. So like if this is the top of the wing. Maybe like that. Now we're getting awfully close to the edge of the painting though. Could give it like a funky hairstyle and an Egyptian vulture. You know, I thought about giving it a funky hairstyle. Doing some like, yeah, some plume thingy. I thought about that. I don't know why I would do that though. And that's one of those things where I kind of need to convince myself that it's a good idea. Especially at this stage in a painting. I think early on you can just do whatever. But then for me, I feel like I need to find a reason. And there is sometimes where, like, I think last stream, somebody recommended I add a dragon, and I'm like, I don't think so. You know, I would need to change too much the painting. You know, it's just, it's not at the stage where I want to do that. Also, maybe its tail is tucked. Maybe it's something like that. I just think that looks better, even if it's less realistic. But then, as I thought about it, I thought, you know what? You mean bed hair? Oh, that'd be funny. Little frizzy, messy top of the head. Broccoli hair. It's trendy. It's a Gen Z dragon. Isn't broccoli hair Gen... I don't know. But anyway. I don't think we're gonna go broccoli hair. But as I... what was I saying? But yeah, initially I had discounted the whole dragon idea. But then I thought, you know... This painting, I want to do something with the ruins beyond just having the ruins, and so wouldn't it make sense if there was like, you know, something at the top of this hill, and like, okay, well that's where I want to put the dragon. So I kind of found a reason, like backwards reason to why I might have a dragon in here, but then I had to change the painting, and so it sort of was this weird process. I don't know. Also, this thing, I feel like it needs to be more gray. Right now it's very blue. What if this is like... some sort of thing. Some sort of thing. Ooh, this evolved. Yeah, it's evolving. Yes, it is. And I'm kind of having fun with it, although it's such a terrible process. Like, it's a process that really only works if you're going to use like 1,000 pieces of paper or you're working digitally, because I have changed the aspect ratio like 3 times. Also, hi Squatting Cat, hope you're doing well. Yeah, no, this is a it's a chaotic process, but it's been a lot of fun. Yeah, we've added a dragon. We got some references for poses from a bird and a cat. This was the original reference that I used, so like trying to make it like look like it's lunging down a little bit, trying to like figure out how to draw like the hind legs, and then this thing coming down. So yeah, we used the cat reference for this. It's been kind of fun. I love this is what I like about fantasy art is there is no perfect reference for a dragon, you know? And so you have to like piecemeal things together and figure it out, and I don't know, I've always liked that. I think that's one of the things that got me into art, is just fantasy art. Because like, well, if you want to draw a dragon, like maybe a little bit of reptile and a little bit of bird and a little bit of something else. I think it kind of turned more into eagle though, with this pose and the wings, because this, like, the perspective worked. But yeah, I still don't really know what I'm doing with this though. And then we have another person's dragon, which I don't like using other people's art that much for stuff. So I'm trying not to, but I will say dragons are fantasy, and like it's hard to not be inspired by other dragons a little bit, because the only reason I even know they exist is because other people have, you know, like, so yeah, it's kind of a weird, I don't know, dragon art for me is a weird thing. Like, you kind of want to do your own thing, but also you obviously are being influenced by others, whether you think you are or not. But yeah, it's fun. But yeah, hope you're doing well. Hope your day is going good. Okay, I think this dragon needs a mouth. And also... okay, it's gonna have a serious overbite. And then it's gonna have... well, how... where should its eye be? Its eye should be back here, I feel like. Cat says, I'm feeling a little under the weather. Oh no! So I'm being a sad potato while I wait for video game awards. Ooh. Okay, what if we went just for thematic reasons? Lava. Orange eyes. I feel like that's fitting, right? Is there any game that you're hoping wins an award? I don't really follow video game awards. I feel like people were saying Expedition 33 is gonna win stuff, right? You would think it would. I don't actually know anything about video game awards, but it is always nice when a game that you want to see more of wins awards, because then you're like, oh, maybe other people will, you know, start funding those games. Putting little bits of darkness back up here. Kat says, it's very interesting watching how you approach the dragon. I think I tend to build a figure around facial features, so I would... yeah, no, I try to do gesture first, although everything I'm saying about how I normally work kind of goes out the window for this whole painting. But generally, I try gesture first, building up some basic sort of form and anatomy, or not really anatomy, but like basic form to like figure out how it sits in space. Like, oh, here's the three-dimensionality. And yeah, I don't typically worry about the face too much. I tend to avoid faces. Even in real life, I'm like awkward and I'll avoid eye contact and look away. And I'll like look at your feet. Yeah, I'm weird. So it's probably why I paint landscapes, because people, I don't like people. No, that's not true. I like people, but yeah. So that's probably why I paint, you know, rocks and the ground and stuff. So that's probably... I think if I paid more attention to people's faces, I probably would be better at painting people. So, you know, there's probably some correlation between, like, the things I pay attention to and the things I paint. So, yeah, not people, basically. So, yeah. That's a thing. But yeah, I actually also just when painting, sometimes I have this bad habit of I'll paint everything except the focal point. So this is also true just of environments. I'll have like a castle on a hill or something, and I'll paint like all the things around it because typically the focal point's the hardest, right? It needs to have the most choices. It's oftentimes the, you know, at least in my work, it's oftentimes like the man-made element or the character or the thing that is hard for me, right? Like I can paint background trees all day, like a forest in the distance, but like once I have to paint like architecture, it's like, oh gosh, now I need to have references, I need to make it all, you know, structurally sound, and my perspective needs to be on point. And so suddenly it's just like I just avoid it because it's, yeah. So that's a thing. Also, I'm not convinced that this shape, I feel like, okay, I gotta do this. I have this thing that I tell myself whenever I have like a hunch, I just need to lean into it. And so my hunch is telling me this shape should go the opposite direction. Like that. I don't, is that good? Hold on, that might be terrible. Maybe that's too much. Like this? And actually, hold on. This may be a little bit bigger. Hold on. Maybe like that? I don't know. I just feel like this one doesn't... It's weird. This is weird because it's like, one, it's the same angle as that, but also it's kind of like cramping this area. And also we have this theme, which I don't know if it's clear, but we have this theme where all these kind of go this way and they kind of slowly radiate out. And so it's weird that this one is this way, right? Like all these others are kind of radiating out from this mountain. And I don't know, it just feels off. It feels like it's the one that isn't right. I don't know. This piece has a lot, is very, this one feels very chaotic to me because I am sort of piecemealing it together. That's why I say everything I talk about, like how I normally work, this doesn't apply to this one because I don't typically try to go as chaotic as this. Let's put this cat back on the page. There. I'll stick it right there. Yeah, I don't know. This doesn't look good either. I mean, I guess I don't really need anything there, right? Maybe just like that. Literally just... something like that, maybe? Maybe a little bit of ledge stuff going on. I was gonna put greenery, but this is a little close to the lava. a little close to the lava. Which means it might burn. Okay, do I like that? You know, I think last time I was like, this is the last day I'm gonna work on this painting. And then it wasn't. And then I'm like, this is the last day I'm gonna work on the painting. And then it wasn't. I think today is the last day, but I don't know. I do like the progress I'm making, though. Or I guess what I could do is do a foreground in here. I'm just repainting stuff. Like, again, I'm literally solving composition issues after I rendered stuff. Not ideal. But yeah, maybe stuff like, you know, these rocks could just go up the scene. Like this. Oh, thank you for the follow! Fly466. Hope you're doing well. Maybe something like that? Where, like, this is just a big rock. I don't know. I mean... I do feel like I should have some of this repeating pattern over here. So something designed. I mean, what did we have before? That? Okay, let's try something else. I'm gonna go back to this. And I'm just gonna paint right over the top of this. What if it just didn't stick up as much? So we still have this stuff up here. But then over here... something like that. Maybe some green or grassy stuff. And then, of course, we could have stuff back in the distance, too. Maybe something like that. We just have some shapes. Just trying to make little speckles of stuff, just kind of figuring out where do I want these rocks. Obviously, not all of them are going to be this way. We could also try to make like a nice gesture in here of like the path that the rocks take. I don't know. I think one of my issues with this... Actually, even this foreground stuff's kind of wonky. This stuff... I know I painted on it before. Like, are these rock... Is this a rock face? Like a cliff? Maybe that's what that is. Maybe there's like a... So all of this... That's starting to be a thing. Hey, Kath, how's it going? Hello, Kath. Welcome, welcome. Long time no see. Or pretty long time. Nice dragon? Thanks. It's based on a cat. See the similarity? Just the standing pose. I wanted to figure out how that works. Yeah, I think this actually is working. Hold on. This sort of path here, kind of fun. But yeah, how are you? It's going well. I'm glad it's going well. Yeah, this is the third day I've worked on this painting, and I'm still composition stage, kind of, sort of. I'm kind of just piecemealing it together. It's sort of a wild ride, but it's been a lot of fun to come up with an idea. And honestly, I could probably do another day of rendering now that I feel like I'm approaching closer to like where I want to be on it. Although I'm still not liking this shape. You're back. Cool lava dragon. Thanks, Raichiana. Hope your stuff went well. Hope everything's going good. But yeah, I'm glad you like the dragon. I'm having fun with it. Trying to figure out how to do this foreground stuff a little bit. Maybe that's what it needs. Maybe it needs some things. Cal said I slept for 13 hours and I had a telephone painting date with friends. Want to see the result? I do. Telephone painting date with friends. That sounds fun. I do want to see what you did. Very much so. Okay, I think maybe down here we get some of this greenery. I know this is a little weird to have this much green down here. And then over here, maybe these rocks can be... Okay. Ooh, a little... I love it. The Kermit with the... Or is that Kermit or just a frog? I assume it's Kermit. Underneath a mushroom with a snail. Also, that snail, you did such a good job on that. Look at the form and the lighting. I love it. That's so fun. Yeah, the Kermit is great. Yeah, he's hiding from the wolf who's sniffing. I love the pose where he's like biting on his fingers because he's scared. I assume he's scared. That is so good. And also the mushroom with the bite out of it from the wolf. I assume the wolf bit the mushroom. You got some good storytelling going on. I love it. I love it. That's so great. That's awesome. Did you shoot around ideas with your friends and then you all made your own interpretations, or did you all do different things? That's a good question. That is a good question. I think really trying to nail down the perspective here would be a good thing, because I kind of don't think I have it down quite right. Yeah, the prompt was mushroom forest with friends like frogs, snails, deer. Oh, so you painted them all. Oh, that's deer, not a wolf. Deer. Okay, and frogs was Kermit. That's awesome. I love how you just add them all. That's super cool. Maybe it's the lighting that it needs. I don't know. Probably not. Probably not right now. Man, I've been struggling with it. I'm fiddling around with my painting because I just can't seem to figure out what I want to do to it. But maybe that's because I need a break. Ooh, I like that idea. Hold on, I just added these little thingies. Making little towers, adding some of that symmetry back there. Or not symmetry, but adding some of the what do you call it? Repetition. That's the word I was looking for. Could maybe do like pieces that have been cracked or crashed down. And so maybe this is like a broken piece. That could be a thing. I don't know. Although it is weird to always put like one broken piece in there. Like you'd think if you're gonna have them broken, they should be more. Maybe something like that. This could be a little darker. I'm kind of liking that. What if, I mean, now it's tipped though. But again, tipped is okay. I like the flatter grass section under the dragon. I think removing some of the busy noise makes the figure stand out. Yeah, maybe. Like, right, like here? Or up here? Yeah, I think so. I'm more just trying to figure out this thing. No, oh, you like the change that I just made. It looks good. Oh, that's good. Yeah, no, hopefully as I work on it, I will make choices that will get more to the point. You know, or it'll become better as I work on it. Hopefully. Because sometimes, again, especially when I'm doing these like little finicky things, you do kind of figure out what you like, what you don't like as you paint on it. I know I mentioned last stream about having some of these gray rocks line the lava. That's something that you see with like black, sooty, like burnt stuff, and as the lava cools. So maybe you get less rocks down here and more rocks where the lava is, because they've sort of created this path. So you have all this gray down here, and then up here. I think it looked great before when you had the building up there, and now with the dragon, it was nice to adapt the rest of the piece to it. It's just interesting to see you work through this process. Yeah, there is a lot of like give and take, right? There's a lot of, you know, I did this thing, but now everything else is bad, and now I have to rechange something. But when I change that, this other thing changes, and it is sort of. This is why it's not a great process, but it is fun to figure out what you want to paint, right? Like now, I think. Now I'm kind of at the stage where the idea I feel like is pretty there. Sorry I'm so late. Shame on you, Vegas. No, you're not. Don't be sorry. Hope you're doing well, Vegas. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for popping in. Always good to see you. Hi, so late. I'm Kath. But yeah, don't be sorry for who you are, Vegas. But yeah. Vegas, how are you? Hope your day is going good. Okay, now is this kind of weird that we only have one of these? Maybe we have one more layer standing up here. Doing okay? That's good. Okay is good. Okay, now we can come in here. Maybe a little bit of extra griminess. Some greenery sticking up here. Because again, this is in the foreground, right? So we can have some bits of burning and not burning, some bits of grass and stuff. Same here, right? I like these being showing up there. Now I probably want to add some darker shapes, like, because we don't really have like a sun. Everything's kind of overcast, which is not ideal. Especially when it's this sunny. Like, it's very clearly a sunny day. And yet, we don't really have much sun. So I don't know. I mean, I guess it... Now I'm curious. Okay, this is not official. I mean... Yeah, I don't think we want to add light like that, though. See, this is where I'm starting to, like, you know, breaks are good because I might come up with a solution later. Okay, hold on. Airbrush. Ooh, Druffzilla, I'm looking at it and loving it. Let's take a look. I drew a dragon similar pose with twisted neck, foreshortening, and a beard. I put it in the work in progress. Okay, let's take a look. Hold on. Let me take a look. Wait, I'm not even on Discord at the moment. Hold on. Let me... Or am I? No, I'm not. Let me open up my own Discord. I need to remember to be in Discord when I stream because it shows a little notification, and I don't think it does that unless I'm actually online. Let me take a look. No, Kath, you also put yours. You put it in Sketches Works in Progress. Okay. Ooh, I like it. That's super cool. I like how you did this. I also really like the minimal shading that gives just like the focal point. That's cool. That's also a really hard pose because like it's staring straight at you. That's such a hard one. You did a great job. Also, I like all of these. I know they're not all from you, but from different people. A lot of really cool stuff. Anyway. Very, very nice. Thank you for sharing. Also, I have so many layers. Oh, what was I doing? I was doing something. I was adding gray to this whole thing. I think I kind of goofed up somewhere in here. I goofed up because the mood was very gray back before it was cropped. And then after I uncropped it, it became so blue. Just realized I hadn't joined your Discord. I fixed now. I don't talk in Discord a lot, but it's nice to see people's art. Yeah, it's nice to see people's art you can share. It's a good place to ask questions. It's also like it's the place that if I ever, cancel stream or have stream updates, I will post there. Um, not that that's super important, but it's there if yeah. Basically, if something goes wrong and I don't show up, then that's where I'll post. Except if my internet goes out, because then I can't post because I don't have internet to post and I don't have data on my phone, so I can't really yeah, because I just use Wi-Fi for everything. So yeah, that's a thing. Okay, you know what? Maybe let's see, is this good? Is this good or bad? Just trying to get a different perspective here. Maybe what I could do. Okay, this is something I don't know if I've ever done this in my life, but I want to try it. I'm gonna make a new layer and do saturation. Have I ever done a saturation layer in my life? I don't think I have. I'm basically just, yeah, so I just made a saturation layer. What do you guys think? Better? Blue or non-blue? Blue or gray? I'm tempted to say gray. I don't know, though. I mean, the blue is so bright. It's just, it's cool. I do like it. Man, I just don't know. I like gray more. Yeah, I feel like the gray is just a better, overall visual, strong image. There is something about the blue, though, that just, I do like the color palette. As, composition aside, I like the color palette of the blue and orange. It's kind of neat. But this one, I just feel like it's more harmonious, and it also fits the lack of sunlight. I don't really have any sunlight in this image, so it's all overcast. So making it a little bit more gray, I think fits it fits the existing lighting better. And I think this one, if I do that, I feel like I need to add in some sort of lighting. Otherwise, it is this weird disconnect. I could go even grayer, but I don't think I need to. So yeah, unfortunately, I'm making it more gray. I like both, but they have different moods. It's more about what you're feeling. Yeah, well, I think this one, whether or not I'm feeling the gray vibe, I would have to change a whole lot. I have to rework stuff a lot more to make it sunny, because this one doesn't have sunlight, right? It's just like this ambient light. I could come in here and start adding lighting to it all and being like, oh, this is all gonna be lighting, and I could add a bunch of sunlight, but I haven't been. So yeah, we're just gonna come in here and start adding some ambient light up here a little bit, and just sort of round out the stuff. Oh, we're getting raided by the dragon person. You know what? Speaking of dragons, Steve Najarin is actually a dragon. No, Steve Najarin paints a lot of dragons. The dragon master, the person himself. Welcome in, Steve. How's it going? Thank you for the raid. We raid. You do when we're painting dragons, or a dragon. I am merely an imposter compared to you. He's sometimes a dragon. Yeah. Welcome all. Yeah, welcome everyone. Hope you're doing well today. Speaking of dragons, I'm also reading a book full of dragons. It's it's called All of the Skills. I enjoy it. It's right up my alley. It's very lit RPG type progression fantasy. It is a fun story. I enjoy it so far, but yeah, it has lots of dragons in it, and Yeah. Kind of what inspired me a little bit to paint this. Don't oversell me. They may be disappointed. No, your art's great. Steve says this actually works out. You are painting a dragon today. I was painting a landscape. It's opposite day for us. Nice. Have you finished SOTF? Yes, 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 yes. Strength of... I was like, what does that stand for? Yes, I have. Strength of the Few. Yes, I have finished it. Have you? It was good. And then I've already finished a whole nother book. No spoilers. I liked it. I really enjoyed it. I mean... what can I say without spoiling too much? I don't want to spoil. I feel like even more than the first, I feel like it needs the third. Like, the first, even though it, you know, it was awesome and you're like, oh, I want the second book, I feel like it's more unfinished in a way. But I think it's good, though. It's really good. Yeah, anyway, art tax. Art tax. We need art tax. Sorry, going into book report mode for a second, but no. Yeah, I started reading another book. Yeah, you're still... Yeah, it's a good book. I enjoy it. I could definitely see that there are some... I don't know, I haven't read it a second time yet, and I will read it a second time, but I think it was a lot more complex, obviously. The storytelling was more nuanced and dynamic with the three perspectives and all that. So, I think I almost still need to read it a second time, but no, it was good. I really enjoyed it. Definitely looking forward to the third. Okay, let me get something. Yeah, no worries. Drop those socials or a work in progress or anything. Okay, let's take a look. No, this is so gorgeous. Also, wait. Oh, you're doing traditional. Okay, I was like, this is not the way you paint digitally. I'm like, this... The fact that you have an unpainted part... No, this is awesome. This is so cool. It's gorgeous. I love the light and shadow you have is so good. Or wait, this is digital? With, like, your sketch? No, you don't paint that way digitally, right? This looks traditional. But, no, I love the colors. The colors are so good of the light and shadow. Now I don't even know. I'm asking so many questions and then you're answering so quickly that I don't know which one you answered. That's traditional. Okay, yeah, I figured. Because you have like the... So I'm interested. Is this oil? I got some really great reference photos. I don't know why, because like I'm surprised of the way that you're like you're doing it. Like you still have your sketch here. You didn't do like an underpainting. Do you just straight up start in one spot and go to the other, or how that's an interesting way of working for me. I'm quite intrigued, and I know some people do that. I've seen like Howard Leon, I don't know how you say his name. I know he does that sometimes, and he's super pro. There's definitely a handful of artists who work that way, but I know a lot of people when they do oil, they'll do like an underpainting and then they let it dry, and then they do another like rough block in and they let that dry, and they actually do lots of layers. Underpainting was done digitally. Howard Lyon, yeah. Wait, what do you mean? How did you do the underpainting digitally? You printed... No, what do you mean? I see a sketch right here. You don't have an underpainting, right? Am I crazy? Hold on, I need to understand how I'm looking at what I'm looking at. Color study. Okay, so you did a color study digitally, and then you're painting the thing based on yours. Yeah, no, I meant underpainting, like a you know, like a brown tint, you know, something with some value. You know, you wash it down to like... Anyway, that's what I meant. Because I feel like no, yeah, no big deal. You goofed. It happens. Yeah, no, if I were to do traditional, I definitely would start digitally as well, and then I would do like a color study, figure out my colors, and then I would start painting. But yeah, I'm intrigued by the bare canvas with the line work on it, and then the stuff that looks basically finished, and then you haven't touched this. That's just for me such like a that breaks my brain a little bit. Like, how can you do that? Like, I am such a work big to small type of person. I don't think I could work any way other than starting with big shapes and sort of slowly refining into the areas that are most important. But the fact that you just like went full on detailed background, all this, and then this stuff's untouched, that to me is, I don't understand how you do that. You meant that you're not just winging it, you have something that you're looking at, and you know what the mid-ground... Yeah, no, I get it. You will know what it looks like. And that probably allows you to do that a lot more. That makes sense. It's impressive. I am blown away by this. This is so cool. I love the colors. That's awesome. You did a really good job. And yeah, I'm working on dragon today. Or kind of. I blocked in the dragon, and now I'm kind of working on not the dragon, because the dragon scares me. I don't know how to paint dragons, so I'm kind of just avoiding it. But I kind of like it. I don't know anything about dragon anatomy, but, you know, we're just kind of making it up as we go. Maybe some nostrils. Dragons have noses, right? Little air holes. A little bit of an overbite. So maybe a center line here. Little bird shapes. Maybe this dragon can have like little ridges on its nose going down the center. No, that looks funny. I don't know. But yeah, hope your stream went well. Well, you are doing excellent so far. Thanks. I'm happy with it. I had a really cool reference for the pose. I had this cat as my pose reference, and then Casey Snow came in, and she knows animals a lot better than I do, and so she offered up this reference. Well, she linked me to her Pinterest, which had like literal thousands of pins for birds, just birds. And I found this one, and this was like a really good reference, so I kind of just went with that, with the wings and the neck a little bit. And so yeah, I kind of combined the lurching cat pose with the reference of this bird, which I thought was pretty neat. It's not perfect, but it kind of works. So yeah, that was very nice. Anyhow, you're gonna head out, gonna play some MTG Commander. Nice. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. It's been a while since I played any Magic the Gathering. Last time I played Magic, I did a draft. It was, what set was it? I don't even remember. But it was a fun set. I remember I had fun. She told you to paint a dragon? No. She didn't tell me to paint a dragon. I was struggling painting a dragon, and Casey Snow offered me some references because I was saying how I was trying to find bird references, and I was basically wishing that she had come in, because I knew that she has lots of references and that she understands many animals, and I'm like, is there an animal that lurches forward before it takes flight? Because I know some animals, they'll like start running and then they flap their wings, and like that's not useful because that's not the pose I'm looking for, right? And then if it's a really small bird like a hummingbird, like I don't know, do they do this? Do they lurch forward? So I was kind of wondering, and she's like, oh, I think eagles would be your best bet. And so I looked through her references, found this eagle, and lo and behold, it was like perfect. So yeah, no, her advice of animals, or her knowledge of animals, was perfect for references. Because I don't like using dragon references when I paint dragons, because I like to use I wanted to cobble it together, you know? I didn't want to find like other people's interpretations. I mean, obviously this is very much based on other people's art as well. But I'm still trying to use like realistic animal poses, if that makes sense. Also, yeah, take care. Thanks for popping in. Imagine a dragon taking off like a goose does, right? Running and flapping its wings all goofy. That would be great, though. I feel like if you were to paint like a baby dragon learning to fly, that would be such a good animated pose for it, though. Like, if you were trying to do an animation, I think a goose would be the perfect reference for, like, a young dragonling, you know, first trying to take flight and not really knowing what it's doing. It would look so goofy, and it would be perfect. But yeah, I'm trying to make this kind of look like stone or runic, like having some sort of, maybe a bit of red up here. Or red underneath. Ooh, maybe red underneath would work. A bit of orange. Maybe not. Maybe an orange belly. I'm getting some orange red. I'm trying to make this dragon look multicolored, kinda. Just a bit. Adding some variety. That's the only way I know how to paint dragons like this, or any sort of detail, is just add a lot of color variety and hope that your brain tells you that it's detailed. I mean, I guess I could paint literal scales, but I don't know if I want to do that. Okay. Going like that. I'm just blocking in big chunky shapes, not trying to go too crazy. Just enough to where, you know, maybe there's like some reflection on the shoulder, maybe on the back of the neck, maybe on the nose, I don't know. Be on the arms. And then we can get the big fingers. Dragon fingers. Don't really know what those look like. And then here, this dragon can have this arm go like that. We probably should have a nice silhouette for this, right? So what if we take an airbrush and go like this? That way this part of the dragon is a nice silhouette. Now we could also move the tail right? We could move the tail like this. That way this part is more clean. I'm actually not sure. Also, what's happening here? I don't want this too dark, but it's turning out to be too dark. Do we want this to have like ridges on it, on the dragon, on the tail? I don't know. I think we probably do. Just to add that illusion of detail. Because the rest of the painting's pretty detailed. Well, kinda. Also, is this the back? Okay, so this is the back side of the dragon, and then the tail is gonna curve like that? Is that weird? That's like a snake tail. That's a weird... It's kind of cool, though. It's also very gray. Very, very gray. I mean, it happens when I'm literally using gray, but... And then the top of this wing could probably be a little bluer. Okay, so now there's that. What about... this? Bringing that down there. This. Trying to add a little bit of... You like it? Thanks. Yeah, I'm trying to add a little bit of... What am I trying to add? I'm trying to add something. Oh yeah, a little bit of like... I think this is a little light to me. Or this big structure. And it doesn't really feel that big. Maybe we should make it feel larger. Add in some contrasting shapes over here. Let's go a little darker over here. Something like that, maybe. And then maybe some shapes over here. I'm just trying to think, how do I want to add this? Like, do we put greenery like this? This is a little far away, so I'm not sure. Adding some greenery down here. I remember someone saying in some talk I went to, as a bit of a joke, but also not, when you want to make something look huge, add birds flying next to it. True. That would actually not be a bad idea. Yeah, just add... Yeah, that's true. Add scale of things next to it. Bird rush. That's actually not a bad idea. I mean, it's not really about birds, right? It could be anything. Anything that's extremely recognizable. And birds, especially in the sky. Because typically huge things would go into the sky. Yeah, birds for scale. It's funny that, like, you know, even though this is like a joke, right? Birds for scale is such like a common thing. It's still easy to forget because you're just focused on all the other things. And so, like, yeah, people might say it as a joke, but at the same time, it's true. I mean, it's certainly a way. There's other ways, but yeah. No, that's a good one. Let's try it. Bird brush. I find that a lot of times when I'm painting, I reject people's suggestions a lot. So it's nice when I'm like, oh, I like that one. Now the question is, do we want white birds? No, I don't think so. It's a pretty good tip. Just, of course, it wouldn't always... Yeah, I mean, birds might not fit this exactly. I mean, and if you can do, like, you know, you can also do, like, flower petals flying in the wind. Did I make this one myself? No. This is not my own bird brush. I got this one from somewhere. I don't remember where. What I try to do, though, is I try to... whenever I do use a bird brush, they could be dragon hatchlings. True. Lots of birds. No, I think that's too many. But yeah, no, one thing that I try to do when I'm painting with the bird brush is I like to go in and like hand paint over them because they don't fit the look. Also, I don't know. I'm not sure where to put the birds. Like, I guess we could go like this. I don't think I want that. The birds, when they're white, then that makes it look like they're catching sunlight, and it has this weird thing. This makes them look like crows or something, though, when you put like a big swarm of them. Almost like there's some, you know, like infestation type thing. I don't know, just something crazy happening. You could probably do something like that. A murder, yeah, a murderer crows. Yeah, that is the term, isn't it? I've never actually heard anybody refer to that in real life, like, oh, it's a murder. People still just say flock. Let's be real. I don't think people actually use the term a murder of crows. I know that's the real thing. That's like that's what it's called, is a murder of crows. But I don't feel like people actually say that, right? Maybe if you study crows. I don't know, I'd be curious. You say murder. Yeah, but do you actually see a flock of crows and like, oh, there's a murder of crows? Or is it more like to point it out? Like if you're actually in conversation, do you then also clarify like a flock like I can't remember the last time I talked about a flock of crows in conversation. I've only ever talked about it in as like in reference to a murder of crows, and so no, I just say it. Gotcha. Because like if I were talking to my mom or something, right, and I was like there was a massive flock of crows, I don't think I would just offhandedly say, "Oh, it's a murder of crows," because then I would still have to clarify what I'm talking about because I would be going on the assumption that she would have to know what that means. And if she didn't, which she might not, then it would be like why waste my breath of saying murder of crows when I can just say flock. I feel like it's only said to someone because somebody wants to say murder. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to articulate. Like I think if unless you knew the person knew what a murder of crows was, otherwise you're just gonna have to explain yourself because you're saying the word murder in a context that sounds weird. I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. I'm gonna sleep. See y'all. That's true. See ya, Kath. Just Fiction says to be honest, how often do people say flock of birds as well? People just say birds. Yeah, but there are times where there's like a flock of seagulls or something, or I mean, you might still say a bunch of seagulls, but I feel like flock is a far more common word than murder, even when referring to crows. I just feel like that is, yeah, like Vegas said, it feels like you're just trying to say the word murder of crows because it's fun to say. But, you know, whatever. You do you. Um, I'm not gonna judge. I think it would be great if somebody said murder of crows to me and I knew what they were talking about. But even then, I still feel like it might catch me off guard because I'm so not used to hearing people say that. You know what I just realized? This is very pixelated. And because it's so pixelated, I'm now thinking I might be on a very low resolution, which sucks because I just spent all this time rendering. Well, kind of rendering. Not really. I guess I haven't really been rendering. Also, this should probably be lighter. Because atmosphere. Don't forget your atmosphere. Okay. So now, I'm liking where this is going. It's like a gaggle of geese. People just say that because it sounds funny. Yeah, I don't think people are like, "Oh, there's a gaggle." I mean, you might like. I would say that to my brother, but I'm probably just as likely to say there's a gaggle of children because it sounds funny, not because it's the right word for children. I just think gaggle of anything is hilarious. Right? Like that's such a weird word. Is it actually a gaggle of geese? I didn't actually know that. But it's just a funny word. And so yeah, I could see myself using it simply because it's funny. Yeah. But yeah, maybe I mean, you know, there probably are people who genuinely say that when they're talking about a bunch of geese. I actually didn't know it was called a gaggle. I mean, I think I've heard that before. I don't know most animal group names, but if I do, I'll say it. A pack, a pride, a murder. That's fair. I mean, I think for me, my issue with stuff like that is that I'm just tired. Tired of feeling. I mean, I always do this even in my own language. Oftentimes if I use a word where I feel like I didn't if it's not like even if I'm talking to like let's say my brother about art or maybe I mentioned he asks how stream goes and I say something and you know maybe I offhandedly say something about you know I don't know I drop the word like just a I don't know like value. I will then immediately follow it up with explaining what value is because I don't think it's common knowledge that a non-artist is going to know what I mean when I say my values weren't right, right? So I immediately follow it up with the explanation, and so I've kind of like trained myself to like I mean not with art. With art I'm pretty especially on stream, I use the lingo, right? But I've kind of in some ways trained myself not to use the lingo if it's not if it's to someone who isn't gonna know. And so if I randomly caught myself saying like a murder of crows, I'd immediately have to follow it up with like it's a flock, and then it's like, well, why did I even bother? Um, and because I guess I care a lot about if other people are gonna understand the thing I said, other than like why say it. And so I want to articulate what I'm saying. And so that leads me to like not try to avoid using big words all the time. I try to avoid it a lot. I don't know, like just today, and it kind of I don't know, like big. There's nothing wrong with big words, and I you know it's nice to learn vocabulary, and you know then you can read other things people type or write, um, or say. But I feel like from my end of the person speaking, I don't really want to use big words if I don't have to. Like it's nice that I can hopefully understand big words if other people use them, but I feel like there's sort of a like there's the asymmetry of like why I would hope that other people would also want to be understood, and you would think that they would want to be understood, so they would try to use words that other people can understand. And sometimes I get the sense that people just don't give a crap. It's like, I mean, I see this all the time on Reddit, or where somebody will leave, especially in like the art subreddit. I don't know if this is just an artist thing, but people will use the most like flowerful language to describe things, and I'm like, I know what some of these words mean, but like I have to really focus on what you're saying to even get a general understanding. Like you could have just not said all these big words and just said it in, you know, like you did. I don't feel like it was necessary, right? And it's like, do how many people, especially if you're saying it in a public forum, how many people do you think will understand someone when they're dropping like, you know, just it's like they pulled out a thesaurus. I'm like, I don't know. Like if I'm the person gonna spend my time to type up a big long comment, I'm gonna do it like with the hope that people actually read it and understand it. I don't know. Sometimes big words, yeah, sometimes they are more descriptive, but also if you know who your audience is, like if you're writing a scientific paper or something, right? And or you're speaking to people in your profession. Like if you're speaking to an artist about art, drop all the art words, right? Drop the time, different art movements by their name, or you want to like whatever. Use art words to artists, that's fine. But when you're just like basically a walking thesaurus. I can't even say the word. I feel like you're not communicating very well if other people can't understand you and if that was your goal. Like I don't know. This is just something I think about sometimes, even just with art. Like so much of our job is to communicate. Sometimes it's to an unknown audience. Sometimes it's to a known audience. And if it's an unknown audience, like so much of art in general is just like trying to learn to make things clear, right? There's all this messy stuff. There's all these things that we take for granted in life where we see a thing and we know what it is, but then when you try to translate it to two dimensions, it's like now you have to actually like work to make it clear. And yet then it comes to language and it's like the people just don't give a crap. They're gonna just like look how fancy I am. It's like what? Ah, this feels weird. Humid Homo sapiens with enormous aortic pumps. I mean, I know what. Well, humid. I don't know why. Are we humid? I guess. I mean, and we do got those big heart muscles. I assume aortic is heart. Enormous isn't that big of a word, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Sure, but if people actually care, they can do a quick Google. Sure, but they how do you know if you care what someone has to say if you don't know what they're saying, right? And again, it's one thing if it's like again, talking to people in your field or reading a paper by someone, that is in your field. But if it's just like a random dude on Reddit, like why would you not intentionally try to make yourself be more understood? Because the only thing someone can base what you're saying is based on what you're saying, right? They don't know who you are ahead of time, right? I mean, I guess that's why some people put like as a lawyer and then they'll write their comment, but like even then, if you're just dropping words people don't know, like why am I gonna spend my time to go and decipher what you are saying when you can just say it so that a general audience again it's different if it's to your own field, right? If you're speaking, to if you're a programmer and speaking to programmers, use programmer language. I don't care. Like talk to them however you want to talk. They'll probably understand what you're saying, right? If you're a biologist and you're speaking to another biologist, use biology words. Go for it, But if you're speaking to the general public and I mean, sometimes there probably isn't another way to say something, right? But most of the time there is. And I don't know. I feel like if you, I don't know. I guess to me it just comes off as you don't care if you're understood. It just feels like you want to hear yourself talk. I don't know. Like if language is simple, it kind of easy to just read and forget. I don't think so. If it, I mean, maybe it depends on what it's about, but if it's about a concept, to me, if the concept is interesting, I'll remember it. But if you have to make me struggle, I mean, look, there is actually a little bit of science that like if you have to work to understand something, you are more likely to remember it, or you're more likely to like digest it. But I don't think that's, I mean, again, this is, I'm not sure exactly how that translates though. Um, I think in general, like the for if I'm thinking about like the books that I listen to, it's the ones where I don't have to think that I can really get into the story, right? If I'm having to decipher words and pause or stop my reading to go and look up a word, it's really hard to get immersed into the story, which means it's not as easy for me to focus on the relevant stuff because like you're taking my attention out of the story, right? Same with art. If you have to like if someone is being if their attention is being taken away from the art and now you're noticing the mistakes or things are a little bit hard to tell what you're looking at, it's taking away from the actual message that you're trying to communicate, right? I mean, if you have a point and people can't get to the point because they have to go this other route, it's one not as engaging in terms of like an interesting, it's not as interesting. It just feels like it's bad communication. Like if everything I know about the goals of communication, making someone decipher what you want to say is never helping it. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, maybe there probably are some niche examples where like that work is gonna be good for someone. I mean, like I think if you're learning a language, for example, making someone struggle and like fail a little bit to get the information is gonna make them remember it, right? So I think if it's purely like memorization type stuff, I think making someone struggle and work for it is good. But I think if it's like communicating an idea or a plot or a story or a concept where like you just want them to understand it, in the again maybe in the most like nuanced where you're getting in a technical language, you do want them to work a little bit, and because that nuance matters, and so like use the big nuanced words. But I don't know. It's just a kind of always been a pet peeve of mine. I've had too many teachers over the years who are just like trying to like impress their students with their big vocabs, and it ends up being like nobody learns anything because people don't know what they're talking about and they don't have a thesaurus on them in the moment. Art man, hello Aquatic Marcus, how's it going? There's a effing dragon now. What did they do to the Shroom lands? I know, right? We've changed it a lot. That this painting has really developed. It's been fun. It's been a fun painting. There do be a dragon. And some birds for scale. Not many birds for scale. But yeah, I don't know. I guess it's probably a difference of opinion, Drufzilla. It's just for me, it's a hill I'm willing to die on, which is like, why say something complicated when you can say it simply? I don't know. Again, there are times. There are times, but and then there are stories like Project Hail Mary or Jurassic Park that are able to use complex scientific words, and the story is still accessible and engaging. Well, yeah, and I actually think this is where a good writer is really good at that, right? And a lot of times the way they do this, and because this is a thing that I've been paying attention to a lot, they'll just do kind of what I described. They'll say like a murder. They'll use the word, right? So like a murder, and I realize people do know a murder of crows is, right? But anyway, they'll use the word, and then they'll immediately follow it up with like, and then the flock landed, right? And so you're like, oh, it's a flock, right? I get it. So, and then from there on, they can start use. So they kind of do describe. They kind of drop the definition, or they do it in a way where the name of the thing actually isn't that important to begin with, and so it's more of used as a name rather than like they're hoping like there's I think I mean, I have read science fiction that does this, where they'll use complicated words, but they do it in times where you don't need to know what the word means. It's more of like characters speaking to each other, and then they back it up, or um, they use it intentionally in a way where maybe you know it's like I don't know. There's clever ways to use words and put them in there where they're not treating the audience like an idiot, but they also aren't assuming that you have prerequisite knowledge that you know like there's a difference. I think you can talk to someone like a normal person, but not also I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think of an example. I think it's tricky. I think this is what makes writing hard, right? This is also what makes art hard. I've used my concept here. I'll explain something in a moment, or I'll talk about something in a moment. Inuki, I don't know how to say your name. Your name's hard to say. Momochi. Inu Kuji Momochi. You said you love the way Lemony Snicket did this in the Series of Unfortunate Events. I don't remember. I don't know if I've read that. I've only seen the shows and the movies. And Just Fiction says in those contexts, I think it's because it's not important for people to know what the big words mean. They're making the reader believe the characters. No, I think a lot of times that they are relevant, but then they still explain it either through situational. So like they might use it, they might show you a process of something, and then they'll name the process. And then yes, they also might use it in a way where it's like the characters are just having friendly banter, but you've still had the prerequisite knowledge of having the context, even if you didn't know it at the time, right? And so they'll draw back on a thing by naming it. So they might say, "Oh, do you remember that one process?" And they'll name the thing, and then they're like, "Oh yes, and then they'll respond, and it'll be like, "Yeah, I was there for that meeting." And then you're like, "Oh, it was the meeting they were just in." Right? And so now you know that they were just in the meeting. They didn't have to say, "Do you remember that topic we talked about in the meeting?" Right? But they basically said that but they used the big word and it drew it back. And there's a lot of that. Like there's clever context matching or whatever you want to call it. I mean, I think we do this a lot in art, right? Like I mean, it's kind of the same where there's a lot of showing because you can't just assume that someone knows what's in your head. And so if you want to, my example, I don't know if it's the exact same. Um, but like if you want to explain something that I think everybody would understand is like what a haunted house is. You can't just say haunted house, right? You can't just paint an old house that in your head you think is haunted because other people aren't going to understand that, right? And so you have to do these little like clever things. It's not quite the same as what we're talking about, but you're basically laying the breadcrumbs so that you can put the pieces all together, right? You're helping the viewer along. And again, it's not treating them like an idiot. It's just understanding that not everybody has the same information and so you can do it in a very human way. It's not, I mean, again, there is the bad way, like a cartoon, Do you know what this means? And then the person's like, no, like Dora the Explorer style, like you don't have to like quiz them on the stuff, right? But I think a good author will describe things in ways that their viewer will understand without it feeling like a lesson, right? I don't know. There's lots of ways. Communication in art is I don't know. I just think it's fascinating because there's so many ways to do things. But anyway. But yeah, I wasn't expecting me making a joke about the word murder. Oh yeah. No, I realize. I know. I just asked you randomly if you actually use the word murder of crows like in daily language if you were to describe a flock of crows. And then he said yes, and I was like, oh, really? I'm like, that caught me off guard because I thought for sure the answer would be no. But anyway, yeah, no, sorry. I just like rants, and as I get tired at the end of the stream, I'm much more likely to ramble about stuff. So I'm just rambling. Don't mind me, just fiction. It wasn't a you thing, it was a me thing. So in case I didn't know the message earlier, for the record, I don't know a lot of people, and the ones I do will know what I mean by a murder of crows. Also, I don't say it at every opportunity. I feel like there's an idea now that I want to brag about knowing that word, but I just think it's fun name that my native English doesn't share. Gotcha. Yep. Yeah. I mean, okay, that's fair. Yeah. I mean, I think I'm kind of the same. If I know the person knows the word, then I'll use it, right? Again, that's. But I think I guess the reason I brought up is like a lot of times my conversations take place online, like to a nondescript audience, whether it's on stream or, I see something on Twitter or on Reddit, and it's like it's kind of not really to a certain person, but it's more just like in general. Or like my experience with professors rambling about stuff that isn't even related to what they're talking about, but no one knows what they're talking about. I don't know. I feel like I ran into a lot of cases where it's like I just don't feel like you're helping. But yeah, it's everybody's different. I don't know. And that's why I call it like the asymmetry problem in art or communication in general, where it's like, I can do my best to like brush up on my vocab, and I want to be someone who can understand anyone. So like I want to do my due diligence of like learn the big fancy words so that I can understand what you're saying, because I think I have a responsibility. But at the same time, I don't want you to be required to do that so that you can understand me, right? So I'm still going to use the simple words. So like I don't I don't think everybody has to go out and read the dictionary just so they can get by. Like that's absurd. But at the same time, maybe I want to do that, right? And so like I might take it up on myself to do that, but I'm never going to hold you to the same standard I'm holding myself to, because that's just not reasonable. I can't assume that everybody should be just like me, right? And so there's sort of this asymmetry thing where like I might go and do this, but I don't want everybody to. Uh, and so yeah, I don't know. That's just something that I sometimes think about, because I feel like that situation pops up so much. And then the opposite of that situation pops up, which is where like I bring this up sometimes too, with like, like the whole like Karen meme, where you have the person who will complain about like a random thing because they feel that someone needs to know. And like I'm never gonna do that. But I'm so glad there are people who do that, because that's how sometimes things get done that wouldn't have gotten done otherwise. There's like a minor inconvenience that everybody's dealing with, and like I'm just gonna let it slide. But thank goodness some people will complain. And of course it's annoying, of course, when you're stuck behind that person, but that can also sometimes things can get done. But also like I don't want everybody to complain about every minor inconvenience. Then that's just nitpicky and annoying. So like there's this sort of asymmetry there where like some people, like I'm glad people write things in very nuanced ways, and like, in scientific journals, and like there's a time and place for it. So yeah, that's my rant. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I don't know if anything I said just made sense. Okay. We will. I'm liking this though. I do think this painting is gonna be finished one day. Ooh, you know what we could do? Those kinds of things usually say something like, I don't really care that much, but it's kind of annoying, whatever, and you might want to fix that. Yeah, yeah, there are ways to say that, right, without throwing a temper tantrums, for sure. I'm not saying yeah. I mean, I think the whole Karen thing is always an overreaction, but there are like, yeah. I think you're totally right there, Vegas. I guess I was just trying to point out that like I think sometimes there's like an asymmetry behind between how I behave and how I think other people should behave, or how other people behave and how I think I need to behave. Like like I think another really common one is um like helping someone in need. And this is probably really controversial, right? Like if you see or like if you see something on the ground, or maybe this isn't helping someone in need, but like if you see something on the ground, should you pick it up? Well, it sure is nice, right? Like but at the same time, you can't be letting like a string of trash on the ground control your life because you just never stop pick, like at some point you have to like be like, okay, I have things to do, and this just, you know it somebody should clean this up. But like if it's not true, like there is a point where like it's not really your responsibility, and so it's great when other people do it, but I don't think everybody should be held to that standard of doing it, right? Because otherwise you're like, why didn't you do this? You're a bad person for not doing that. No, maybe they had something to do, and like you can't always know. And so, maybe you want to go and do all this nice stuff in your spare time, but like assuming that everybody has the same life as you, and like, so there's sort of this asymmetry of like what you might want to do with your time and how you think other people should deal with their time. And so, and sometimes it's hard because sometimes these get into like slightly like morally gray areas, like helping people in need, right? Like if every time you see someone who needs help, and if you do everything you can to help them, you might just spend your life like giving away everything you have, or spending all your time, and you never focus on yourself. And like that's not a way to live either. And so it's tricky, and I don't know, it gets into really interesting sort of philosophical things when you just start assuming that everybody should do what you do. And I think, yeah, I don't know quite if this is the same conversation or not. But I feel like they're related because there's sort of this asymmetry of like behavior and other people, right? So it's your behavior and other people's behavior, or how you communicate and how other people communicate. I mean, it's sort of this, there's always that asymmetry. And I don't know, I just find that a really fascinating thing because I think a lot of people get annoyed when other people have that, like, you didn't behave that way, or you didn't say this thing that I expected you to say, and now I'm angry. It's like, well, don't be, because they are under no obligation to do the same things you do. Um, and I think sometimes people hold others to like ridiculous standards. So yeah, it's a tricky one. I think there's some weird some philosophical problems there, but or tricky situations. Okay, I'm gonna shift the colors or the hues to a little bit redder here, a little bit warmer on this side. Oh, my I don't have enough memory. Hold on. Let me close some stuff. Maybe it'll allow me to save. You said this has been such a struggle when I tried to explain to my mother something related to animation, because Portuguese doesn't really have technical words for most of it, and having to say them in English and then having to explain it is hard. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I also think that that practice though of taking a complex term that you understand and trying to like explain it simply is also just a really good way to learn, because sometimes if you can't explain something simply, there's probably some sort of like gap in your understanding. I don't remember who it was. There was some physicist dude, I don't know, one of those like Richard Feynman or someone, who basically summed it up pretty well, which is basically saying like, if you can't explain a complicated thing simply, you probably don't understand it as well as you think you do. And I think that's pretty true, especially in art with like teaching. I mean, it kind of goes along in the same hand as like, one of the best ways to learn is to teach. And, being able to explain things sort of simply to someone who doesn't understand it, um, is a sign that you understand it, right? Like that's, and if you can't do that, then it's like, well, it feels like you probably don't know it, right? Which is why nobody can explain quantum physics simply because nobody really understands it. Well, yeah, but I mean that's kind of true, right? We just understand the like it's like you make a measurement and we understand what the results tell us, but we don't really understand the whys and the hows, and so it's hard to give explanations. But we can say when you do this, this and this happen, right? But like why? I don't know reasons. We just know that that's how the world works. We can't exactly explain it, right? I think isn't that how it works? I don't know enough about I don't know anywhere near enough about quantum mechanics to understand what we do and don't know. But I feel like a lot of science starts with that. Like we have all these weird data points, and we don't like we know enough to know that this is how they work predictably, but we don't really understand why they work this way predictably. Um, I don't know. Like I think I think wasn't there just a video by Hank Green on this very topic with astronomy where like we're getting all these weird measurements um that are a little like not what we would our models predict um and we don't really understand why, and so it's like there's clearly this disconnect between what we know and what's happening, and like something's not right. It's almost like in the story of um uh that oh gosh, what was the name of the series that I read? Vegas, you know what I'm talking about. The other sci-fi series. The three body problem. It's sort of like that little that subplot or that start of the series. I know they addressed it more on on the Netflix series, but basically it's like our science isn't adding up, and I think there's a little bit of that going on in astronomy, right? And that's like that's not a bad thing. We just like yeah, sometimes science doesn't have all the answers. Go figure. That's what science is like. That's why science is a good thing is because it's actively looking for stuff, right? It's trying to understand. This idea that like science always has the answers is obviously not correct. Um, but it's still like, you know, at the cutting edge of what we do know. So it's still the best that we know. It's just we don't always have good explanations for everything. I'm kind of agree at the same time. I suck at teaching art, but I have decent skill. I'm just not as conscious about it. Um, a lot of it is ingrained in your subconscious, and I need to dig it out through engaging in drawing. Yeah, but I think understanding it, that's true. I mean, yeah, that's a good point, Drefzilla. I don't think that everybody who understands something will be a good teacher, but I do think if you try to explain something and realize you can't, there could be gaps of what you do and don't know, right? You might know enough to get by and you might be very high skill level, but there's probably like I guess you can conclude that if you can explain a complicated topic simply, you do understand it for sure, right? And you might be able to demonstrate that you can do a complicated topic in some conditions, but there's no guarantee that you understand it fully because and if you don't really know what you don't know, right? Because it can be hard to put a word to it. I feel like explaining it will for sure shine a light on what you do know, right? Now, it might be the case that you know something well enough to get by. And it might even just be that you don't understand like how to articulate it, which is still something. Because like maybe then you stumble on something else. Like I don't know. Yeah, that is a tricky one because it's definitely not true that every good artist is a good teacher, right? So it can't also follow then that every good artist can explain every topic simply because that would pretty much make them a good teacher. I think. I don't know. I'm not actually sure. I saw a video of a teacher teaching quantum physics, and it basically started saying nobody understands this, so by the end of the class, we'll all be confused together. That's great. Things like superposition and entanglement are reproducible, but nobody understands how or yeah, that's the thing, right? Then that happens a lot, I think. I mean, almost always happens in science, right? We have these measurements or we have these results, and we can't really explain them. And eventually people will come along and offer up explanations. But in the meantime, there's like this period of time where we have results that we understand it works this way, but we don't know why, right? Um, that's like a almost like a requirement, right? I mean, unless you're only talking about theoretical stuff, but if you're actually doing experiments, there's often going to be results that you don't understand. I mean, I would maybe not even often, maybe always. Like, hopefully there's stuff, unless you're just confirming, I guess, unless it's all like you're just confirming theory type stuff, like this is what we assume is true, and therefore, oh, look, we're right. Like, that's useful too, but yeah, I mean, I think all science at some point goes through that phase of we don't get it. Let's understand it better and try to explain it. And then you keep digging until you can explain it, which is what makes science and so cool. All right. We are coming up against the end, though. The end of the stream. I'm still not super satisfied with this light spot back here. Or dark matter and dark energy. Nobody knows. Yeah, we have a description to describe a thing, but we don't know exactly what it. Yeah. There's a lot of that. I mean, again, this is I think, and this isn't just in like physics either, right? This is in lots. I mean, this happens a ton in like psychology, where like we know the results, right? And actually, psychology is probably just full of this, as far as I know, right? We have tons and tons of like experiments that can show that people will get confused or do certain behaviors under certain conditions, but like the whys are kind of like we have pretty good explanations, but like even those don't seem to be that great all the time, and so like it's clearly not the whole picture. There's a lot of variables that you can't separate because there's always going to be like nature and nurture, and like there's all these things that like so like we can still know the outcomes and we can understand that if you do this, this will happen, but like the explanations oftentimes feel less concrete, right? Because they're not as like mathy, for lack of a better word. And so like there's still this gap of what you can measure in the lab and what you know for sure what the explanation is. Things like mob mentality and the like. Yeah, but like if you're doing labs experiments, there are certain cases where you're like, if we do this, this is the result we'll get, and you can be like beyond a reasonable doubt, like that is pretty much how humans behave. Like more than chance, right? Like we can force certain behaviors and nudge people to do make certain choices and things. But like it's not all or nothing, right? And so sometimes the mechanisms are feel like they're less understood. And I could be wrong. I mean, a lot of the mechanisms are very well understood, but I feel like even more than in like math, in math and sort of the harder sciences, if that's what you want to call them. I don't know. Is that like inappropriate to call it a non-hard science? I don't know. But it's yeah. Anyway, it's just an interesting thing. It's like yeah. I mean, heck, artists do this all the time too, right? Like we know how pictures work, but then the explanation of why they work this way will invoke some like explanation that isn't inherently true or doesn't have to be true, right? Like this is the path the eye takes when it looks at an image, and then we use eye trackers. It's like, wait, nope, that's not how they looked at it. Oh, I guess it's not objectively true. Like, it's stuff like that where it's like there's a lot of like we understand how to make things work a certain way, but the whys are not again, they oftentimes are very much like touch on psychology and stuff of like how the brain works and why the brain works a certain way. And like, I don't know, artists, I think artists are notorious at this, sort of like making up the reasons. K matey heading to bed. See you next time. Will they be live tomorrow? No, I won't be live tomorrow. I'll be live on Saturday. But take care, Aquatic Marcus. Okay, I'm trying to think of examples where artists. Actually, there was a really cool talk from in Lightbox a couple years ago. I don't think it was last year. I think it was the year before, maybe. So maybe 2 years ago. One of the artists, and I thought he gave a really cool speech because he basically got up to the podium and was like, I'm going to offer an explanation of why things work, and I have no idea if any of it is correct. He just straight up said, like, I'm basically making it up. But, and then kind of like I will say sometimes, like, it's it doesn't actually matter if that's the real reason. The fact is like these are things that work. And so like the reason just helps you make those choices when you're actually making a painting, whether or not that is the but the exact science is kind of less important, right? And I think that's like, I don't know, like that's kind of the same thing, right? We see a thing that works, we understand it, we put it to the test, but the why is still kind of unknown to us. All we know is that we can test that it works and it does, and so we keep doing it, right? This is like, that's how artists oftentimes think. We don't have to know the exact science. I mean, it's great if you do, right? A lot of people try to understand it. Especially around like light and stuff. Like I think we have a pretty good understanding of that side of things. Um, but like there will be random illusions and optical illusions. We're like, why does this work this way? I don't know. Reasons. And then we make it up and it sounds pretty good. And we're like, yeah, let's go with that. I don't know. It seems very common. And I realize science is a little bit more rigorous. They don't just like, oh, it sounds good. But in art, it's more about the results in a way where, from the finished perspective. Obviously, the process is important, but when you're judging whether something works or not, you're judging it based on just did it do the results, right? So yeah. We are a painting, but almost done for the day. Speaking of Project Hail Mary, Vegas, you brought it up. I think it's gonna be the next book that I buy on Spotify or on Audible, but I haven't decided yet because I just got into another book series and it's not that. And so like I'm on the fence of like, do I buy the series that I want to finish or it's over? Okay, I probably will buy it. It probably will be the next one that I get from Audible because it's also a long book and I don't like spending my credits that I get because I only get like, well, I'm on like the cheap like a promotional plan. Um, but I don't like spending credits on like books that end really fast. I like to spend them on longer books. The short books I'll use Spotify because I only have like 15 hours a month of listening, so I can actually finish a short book in that time. Whereas the long books I only get like a credit at a time, so the long books make more sense there. Which I kind of like. It's actually quite nice that both Spotify and Audible have like a different listening plan that suit different types of books better. I'm just gonna draw some shapes. Yeah, usually spend your credits on longer books like the omnibus anthology collection type things when I can. Yeah. Yeah, those to me are better uses of them. But Spotify is great for so not Audible, but Spotify is great for like short series. So like if you're doing like the $7 or whatever that whatever like the cheap version is, but still premium, um, you still get like $15 a month or 15 hours of listening for audiobooks a month. And so if you're listening to like 6 hour books, like a lot of like nonfiction books, or, especially like if you're in like the self-helpy sort of categories, a lot of them are only like 6 hours or something. So you can listen to like two books a month for far cheaper than you can on Audible. So if you're, yeah, it's just way more cost efficient to listen to short books on Spotify. So yeah, I don't actually typically pay for Audible. Audible is just a little too out of my price range. But every once in a while they do like the $1 a month for 3 months or whatever, which is what I'm currently on. So I will get another credit here in a couple days. But yeah, I probably will get Project Hail Mary. It's the one that's on my list to get, the one that I wanted to listen to the most, but then I got hooked on another series. Uh-oh, what's going on here? See, now I'm thinking that this is. See, I'm trying to think how to. Maybe something like that. So what I'm trying to do right now is make this look like this is further back. And I don't know how much atmosphere I want to put in here. And I don't just want layers of depth like that because I want it to feel like it's kind of on a hill. I don't know. I'm gonna have to take a break. I think my eyes are tired. I've already been live for 5 hours without a break, and I have to go to the bathroom. So this will be a good spot to stop. But I'm happy with it. I'm happy with the dragon that we painted. I mean, it's a little blobby, but it works. I have a hunch that I'll need to change some stuff or work on things a little bit. This will be a work in progress. This is going to be a long term painting, I think. You did a lot of progress today. A break from looking at it will be good. Yeah, for sure. I'll probably end up like start next stream and I'll be like, you know what? We're gonna do a rework again. I'll probably have solved some problem. Uh, and then yeah, it'll be a massive rework. Like, let's add a giant hill back here. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Adding a giant hill in this valley to help bring in the that honestly might be the solution. I'm not even joking. Like, go a little lighter. It could totally be. That might actually be it. Anyway, but yeah, not for now. We'll just keep this here. Um, all right. Thanks for being here, everybody. I really appreciate it. If you're on YouTube or watching a VOD or anything, or just in general, I stream 3 days a week, Mondays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Next stream will be on Saturday. And yeah, you can follow me on all the socials, Instagram, DeviantArt, ArtStation, all the places, Twitter, Blue Sky. I also have a Patreon, patreon.com/jstiller30.